our vision to empower candidates by providing an engaging, personalized experience and insightful feedback to help you unlock your full potential.
Tell us something about yourself that is not mentioned in your CV.
So thank you for giving me the opportunity to share about myself beyond my CV. My interest in chess and football have greatly impacted my personal growth.
After evaluating candidates' responses, body language, surrounding, refine their interview skills and become an enhanced version of themselves.
So you all have been introduced to a humanoid named Iraj that has the ability to take complex decisions through artificial intelligence. You all know that Gandhinagar University has always been pioneer in implementing technology as well as for exposing students to latest development.
Good morning everyone. Thank you for joining us here. I would now like to invite on the stage Shri Mangal Prabhat Lodha ji, the Hon'ble Skill, Employment, Entrepreneurship and Innovation Department, Government of Maharashtra. Thank you sir for joining us. Dr. Indu Sahani, Founding President and Chancellor at the SkillTech University. Mr. Amaya Manjari, the Chief Operating Officer, TATA STRIVE. Dr. Apurva Palkar, Founding Vice Chancellor, Maharashtra State Skills University. Dr. Rajesh Pankaj, the Director and Head, Education and Skills at FICCI. Mr. Nitin Kapoor, Vice President, National Skill Development Corporation. It is my absolute pleasure to welcome all of you here to the FICCI West India Skill Connect Summit. Today, we have gathered with a shared commitment to explore, discuss and share the future of skill development in India, especially in the Western region. With industries evolving rapidly, new job roles emerging in manufacturing, technology, renewable energy and logistics, it is imperative that we align our skilling efforts with these changing dynamics. The summit organized by FICCI brings together policymakers, industry leaders, academia, skill development experts to drive a meaningful dialogue and action. As we embark on today's discussion, let me extend a warm welcome to all the esteemed dignitaries here. As the customary practice in FICCI, I now request Dr. Rajesh Pankaj to facilitate the Hon'ble Minister with a green certificate. We plant a thicket of 10 trees under your name at the National Park in India. To begin, I now invite Dr. Rajesh Pankaj, Director and Head, FICCI Education and Skills, to deliver his welcome address.
Honorable Minister for Skills, Employment, Entrepreneurship and Innovation, Government of Maharashtra, Shri Mangal Prabhat Lodha ji, Dr. Palkar, Vice Chancellor, Maharashtra State Skills University, Indu Sahani, President, Atlas SkillTech University, Mr. Amaya Manjari, Chief Operating Officer, TATA STRIVE, Nitin Kapoor, Vice President, NSDC, distinguished delegates, speakers, academic leaders, leaders from industry, friends from media, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning to everyone. We all understand and realize the fact that India is actually passing through a massive socio-economic transformation, and skill development could not have been an important topic than now. We all understand that India has the largest young population with average age of 35 years of 60%, 65% of population, and the fact that the working age population is going to peak by 2030, and therefore there's so much that we all as stakeholders need to work around to bring large-scale skilling reform. There are data points around the kind of reskilling and upskilling that's required in the workforce. The data says that 20 million jobs in AI, green jobs, cybersecurity is going to come through by 2030, and therefore technology integration in skilling is no more a choice. It's a necessity, and therefore we all as stakeholders have to look at intertwining, integrating technology in the day-to-day skilling. All of us do mention and talk about the World Economic Forum data, the latest being that came 2 weeks back, which highlighted about 59% of the workforce is going to go for reskilling because of technological disruption. There's another data point that says that 20%, 30% of the job roles that we have is going to get automated. Close to 30 to 40% of job roles annually is going to come in the space of AI, green jobs, green skills, cybersecurity, data science. Gig economy has become a very important piece. $450 billion is what the market size looks like by 2025. And why I'm saying all this is that as stakeholders, it's very clear, both for government, industry, university, students, that we somewhere down the line have to revamp ourselves fundamentally and have to ensure that we're able to live up to the changes that's happening so that going forward, we're actually going to work in consonance with the requirement of 21st century skilling, 21st century job landscape. FICCI as an industry association body also has been doing a lot of work around this space. FICCI has been working around vision document. I mean, in 2013, we had come up with a vision document that said that by 2030, we will have 70 million students in the higher education bracket. The current number, of course, is 43, 44 million. And we're actually going in that direction, which would actually mean that 1 in 4 global graduates, so 1 in 4 global graduates will be a pass out of Indian higher education system. So therefore, as stakeholders within higher education, skill development, we all have to very consciously work towards training our students in a way so that they're able to meet the 21st century requirements, and therefore we have to be all the more impactful, effective in ensuring that we're able to train them as per the 21st century requirement. FICCI also as an organization has been doing a lot of future of job reports, something that we've been working around and taking lead in it. 2017 was the first year when we had done future of job reports in 5 sectors. 2018 was year 2, when additional 5 sectors were looked into, and the last future of job series 3 happened in 2024, where we had again looked at 5 sectors, and all these reports typically looked at the kind of geography, the kind of roles that's going to come through by doing interfacing with leading CXOs, and then data extrapolation. And if I talk about the last report, I mean data like in healthcare sciences, we say that the market size of $100 billion is going to grow at CAGR of 8% by 2032. So there's so much of opportunity in healthcare space. And if I give another example of non-renewable energy, I mean there also, of course, we all talk about the 500 gigawatt of non-fossil fuel energy capacity that we all have targeted into, and that's something that kind of necessitates our institutions, training providers, skills ecosystem stakeholders, to ensure that they are kind of able to deliver courses in that space and make these students future ready from that perspective. Now, these are static reports that we've been doing, and at the highest level of political leadership and administrative leadership, there have been discussions going around as to how do we make this whole framework more dynamic. I mean, it'll be good for university, training providers, and for government to actually start pushing and putting resources in that space if we get a clear sense, real-time sense of the job roles that's going to come through, and which is what makes very important for all of us as stakeholders to look at a dynamic framework which feeds real-time data in terms of what skill gaps and skill requirements are, and then it becomes very easy for institutions and others to kind of work around it, cogently and coherently. So, I mean, these are the reports, and Maharashtra, by the way, Western India, as a region has been contributing big time in the growth engine of India. They have been contributing in the GDP, and Maharashtra alone contributes 14% of GDP in the economic, engine of a country, and Maharashtra has been amazingly strong in areas like cybersecurity, financial services. Of course, renewable energy is one important piece that we have, EV, automobile. So, and then state government is kind of walking around. We had a very good meeting with Hon'ble Minister a while back, and there's so much of, I would say, push from government to invite industry to bring the right insights, right expertise for driving the state forward, and so that the state is able to, which actually boasts of being one of the largest states and largest workforce, which could then kind of contribute to the socio-economic engine. The national schemes that Government of India is running in the skilling domain of PMIMS, there'll be a small presentation in the course of the day, and Maharashtra has the highest number of onboarded students and most number of industry that has taken up as interns on board, and the National Apprenticeship Scheme, and of course the adoption of ITIs, and all these schemes is something that state government of Maharashtra is working closely with the government, and we would as FICCI want to encourage this as industry body, we'd want to kind of join hands with our members in this part of the country and push this forward. So such opportunities, such forums are very important for all of us to kind of collaborate, network, understand, get a sense, talk about the good work that you would be doing in other part of the country, and that's something that you would want to do for the state. So the idea of FICCI doing this regional conference is to ensure that we're able to contribute something meaningful in that space, in that part of the country. So it's happening in Maharashtra, Western India Skill Commit, and it will be great to have your insights, your inputs, suggestions, your pitches to government, and have to kind of talk about the change that you want to bring forward. So let's collaborate together and let's kind of work around it so that we're able to take the skill ecosystem to the next level. So with these words, I'd like to end, and thank you again for coming here. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for those welcome remarks. I now invite the Honorable Minister, Shri Mangal Prabhat Lodha ji, to deliver his inaugural address.
महाराष्ट्राचे आराध्य देव छत्रपती शिवाजी महाराजांना वंदन करून, भारतरत्न डॉक्टर बाबासाहेब आंबेडकरांना वंदन करून, आज इथे फिक्कीतर्फे आयोजित हा एक चांगला आगळा-वेगळा कार्यक्रम स्किलसाठी आणि वेस्टर्न इंडिया स्किल कनेक्ट समिट त्यामध्ये मला बोलवलं, त्याबद्दल मी धन्यवाद देतो. श्री राजेश पंकज जी, श्रीमती इंदू साहनी जी, हमारी वाइस चांसलर श्रीमती अपूर्वा पालकर जी, अमैया बंजारी जी टाटास वाले, नितिन कपूर जी, और फिक्की के भी सभी लोग, कई मेरे व्यक्तिगत पहचान के लोग भी यहाँ पर बैठे हैं, नमस्ते आपको. और मुंबई, महाराष्ट्र और भारत के कोने कोने से आए हुए ऐसे लोग जिनको इन सब चीज़ों में समाज में कुछ करने का इंटरेस्ट है, दैट इज़ द रीज़न यू आर हियर. It is not an entertainment program, it is not a picnic, it is a contribution giving back to the society from where we all have come. We all, most of us have started very normal life but became abnormal and the legends in their own fields. That is the reason people expect us to deliver for them and do something for them. मैं हर समय कहता हूँ, मैं थोड़ा हिंदी में बोलूँगा, ज़्यादा कंफर्टेबल हूँ. आई एम नॉट, माई इंग्लिश इज़ नॉट एज गुड. इज़ इट ऑल राइट फॉर ऑल ऑफ यू? थैंक यू. सो देखिए, ऐसा है कि लोग टाटास को क्यों याद करते हैं. बंजारी जी बैठे हैं, इसके लिए मैं नहीं कह रहा हूँ, मैं सच आपको बताने की कोशिश कर रहा हूँ, क्योंकि टाटास ने समाज के लिए किया, सोसाइटी के लिए किया, सिटी के लिए किया. आपके पास में 10,000 करोड़ रुपए के 10 लाख करोड़ पड़े, इससे आपको मेरे को क्या फ़र्क पड़ता है, जब तक कि आप समाज के लिए वापस कुछ नहीं करते हो. और आपके पैसा आपके परिवार के पास भी बाद में रहता है कि नहीं रहता है, क्योंकि अलग अलग धर्म का कोई भी हो, सब धर्मों में नियम है कि आप बांटोगे तो बढ़ेगा और बांटोगे तो आशीर्वाद भी मिलेगा. समेट के रखोगे तो गड़बड़ी ज़्यादा होती है. इसके लिए पैसे की बात एक है, आपके पास पैसे से ज़्यादा आपका पावर नॉलेज पावर है. मैं अभी आपके इस मीटिंग के पहले जब आपके एसोसिएशन के कुछ लोगों के साथ और कुछ पैनलिस्ट के साथ बैठा था, तो मैंने यही रिक्वेस्ट करने की कोशिश की थी. 2-3 मेरी रिक्वेस्ट है कि एक, आप सरकार से घबराओ मत. अब वो पहले वाली सरकार नहीं रह गई, अब नरेंद्र भाई मोदी जी की सरकार है, देवेंद्र फडणवीस जी की सरकार है, जो कि समाज के लिए अच्छा करने के उद्देश्य से मार्केट में आए हैं, जो समाज में आए हैं और जो कर रहे हैं. अभी कोई बताए कि मोदी साहब किसके लिए पैसा इकट्ठा करेंगे, मोदी साहब क्यों करेंगे. मोदी साहब का तो कोई परिवार ही नहीं है, ये सच आप सबको मालूम है. देवेंद्र फडणवीस जी का रहने के लिए बॉम्बे में कोई घर ही नहीं है. जब उनको बीच में सीएमशिप से धोखे से हटाया गया था, तो बाद में वो किसी दोस्त के घर में रहने को गए थे थोड़े दिनों के लिए, जब तक उनको लीडर ऑफ अपोजिशन का घर नहीं मिला. ये सच है, ये सब सच है. तो जो पुरानी राजनीतिज्ञों के दिमाग में, आपके दिमाग में छवि है कि हम जो उनके पास जाता है उसका गला दबा लेते हैं, उससे बाद में उसको कहते हैं हमारे को डोनेशन दो, गणपति का डोनेशन दो, हमारे लोगों को काम दो, हमारे लोगों को नौकरी दो. नहीं, अब ये सब नहीं चलता है. मोदी साहब ने अभी बीच में आए थे तो हम सब MLAs की, मिनिस्टर्स की क्लास ली. 2 घंटा हमको ये कहा कि अब ये समय बदल गया है, अब लोगों को, आप लोग कोई आप पर डिपेंडेंट नहीं है. ये अभी ये 50-50% का साथ में काम हो गया है. परिवार जैसे चलता है, हस्बैंड वाइफ. अभी हस्बैंड डोमिनेट करेगा तो वाइफ रिएक्ट करती है, और वाइफ डोमिनेट करता है तो हस्बैंड चुपचाप रह के भी साइड में हो जाता है. सो अभी यहाँ पर यदि हम लोग साथ में मिलकर इक्वल प्लेटफॉर्म पे काम नहीं करेंगे तो आप आगे आएंगे नहीं, और आप नहीं आएंगे तो हमारे को 2 साल के काम को 20 साल लगेंगे। ये हमारा सच है, हमारी वीकनेस है, हमको मालूम है। क्योंकि सरकार के पास पैसा है, पैसा भी आप लोगों से ही आता है, पर सरकार के पास में एग्जीक्यूटर्स नहीं है, सरकार के पास में मैनेजर्स नहीं है, सरकार के पास में हम कंसल्टेंट E&Y और KPMG और कितने लोगों को भी हम कंसल्टेंट ले लेते हैं, पर वो कंसल्टेंट का रोल बहुत लिमिटेड रहता है। जब तक कि किसी का दिल दिमाग के साथ में काम नहीं करता तब तक उसके कोई रिजल्ट नहीं निकलते। आप लोग यहाँ पर इसलिए हो क्योंकि आपका दिल और दिमाग दोनों आपको कह रहा है कि भाई समाज के लिए कुछ करो। अभी अदानी साहब ने, परसों हमने पढ़ा कि अदानी साहब ने 10,000 करोड़ रुपीस अपने बच्चे की शादी में, उन्होंने बहुत धूमधाम से शादी नहीं की, उसके पीछे क्या सोच था वो बाद में समझ में आया। तो उन्होंने शादी इसलिए धूमधाम से नहीं की, तो सारी दुनिया में फंक्शंस करते, भारत में भी सब जगह बड़े बड़े रिसेप्शंस करते, शायद 7-8 हज़ार करोड़ रुपए खर्च करना उनके लिए कोई बड़ी बात नहीं थी, पर उन्होंने वो 10,000 करोड़ रुपए डोनेशन किए, स्किलिंग के लिए किए, मेडिकल के लिए किए, महिलाओं के लिए किए। मैं उदाहरण आपको लेटेस्ट है इसलिए अभी ये बताने की कोशिश कर रहा हूँ कि हम सबको भी जीवन के अंदर कुछ न कुछ समाज में काम करने की इच्छा है। तो मैं ज़्यादा बात को लंबा नहीं खींचूंगा। देवेंद्र फडणवीस जी ने आने के बाद में स्किल का, आपने चूँकि सब्जेक्ट चुना इसके लिए, मैं स्किल पे, मेरे पास स्किल मिनिस्ट्री भी है। तो जब माननीय नरेंद्र भाई मोदी जी 2014 में भारत के पहली बार प्रधानमंत्री बने थे, तो प्रधानमंत्री बनने के थोड़े दिनों के बाद में उन्होंने, किसी ने उनसे पूछा कि अब तो आप भारत के प्रधानमंत्री बन गए हैं, यदि आपके पास प्रधानमंत्री का पद नहीं होता और आपको किसी मिनिस्ट्री को लेने को कहा जाता था, आप कौन सी मिनिस्ट्री प्रेफर करते हैं? उन्होंने बिना रुके हुए 1 मिनट में जवाब दिया, स्किल मिनिस्ट्री। बिकॉज उनको मालूम है कि यदि देश, दुनिया का सबसे युवा देश यदि स्किल नहीं है तो ये जो आज पावर है, ये पावर ज्वालामुखी ब्लास्ट बन जाएगा, सबको तकलीफ देगा, बच्चों को भी तकलीफ देगा, समाज को भी तकलीफ देगा, और देश में अफरा तफरी मच जाएगी। तो स्किलिंग इज़ द ओनली सॉल्यूशन। कोई सॉल्यूशन ही नहीं है, सरकार के पास नौकरियां नहीं है, स्किलिंग करेंगे तो कोई बेचारा नहीं रहने वाला है। हमारे पास दिमाग बहुत है, हम अच्छे दिल के लोग भी हैं भारत के अंदर, दुनिया में जहाँ गए वहाँ हमने राज किया। बड़ी बड़ी कॉरपोरेशन से लेके बड़े बड़े सरकारों के अंदर जहाँ हम गए वहाँ हम लीडिंग के अंदर हैं, तो हम कोई बेचारे नहीं हैं। पर हमारे पास एक बहुत बड़ा वर्कफोर्स ऐसा है जिसको स्किलिंग की ज़रूरत है। मैं एक उदाहरण हर समय देना चाहता हूँ। ड्राइवर है, उसको आप 25,000 की पगार देते हो, वो कभी कभी गाड़ी में सो जाता है, कभी आपकी बात सुनता है, कभी गाड़ी में बैठ के खाना खाता है, कभी आप उसको ढूंढ रहे हो तो कोई दूर चला गया, सिगरेट पीता हुआ बाद में आता है, तो आप उसको 25,000 रुपया देना भी आपको भारी पड़ता है। आप में से किसी ने उसको स्किलिंग सिखाई, उसने ड्रेस पहन ली, उसने फाटक खोलना सीख लिया, उसने इंग्लिश के 4-5 शब्द सीख लिए, उसने प्रॉपर वे के अंदर बिहेव करना सीख लिया, आपको 50,000 रुपये देने के बाद भी लगेगा कि ड्राइवर मेरे पास से जाना नहीं चाहिए। दिट इज़ द पावर ऑफ द स्किलिंग। और स्किलिंग से हम महाराष्ट्र में बहुत कुछ परिवर्तन कर सकते हैं। महाराष्ट्र के अंदर यदि हमने स्किलिंग पे ध्यान नहीं दिया तो लॉन्ग रन में महाराष्ट्र के अंदर सोशल प्रॉब्लम बहुत बढ़ जाएगी, और सोशल प्रॉब्लम यदि बढ़ती है तो केवल सरकार ही उसका भुगतान नहीं करती है, आप और मैं भी एक बिजनेस बैकग्राउंड से हूँ, तो आप और हम भी उसका भुगतान करते हैं, क्योंकि लाइफ एंजॉयमेंट के लिए होती है। हम सब इसके लिए भागदौड़ करते हैं कि हम लाइफ में एंजॉय करें, कॉन्फिडेंट रहे, खुश रहे, हमारी वैल्यू रहे, हमारी इंपॉर्टेंस रहे, पॉजिटिव एटमॉस्फेयर के लोगों के साथ हम जुड़े काम करें। ये तब होगा कि जबकि समाज के अंदर शांति है। यदि समाज में अफरा तफरी है तो हम शांति से नहीं रह पाएंगे। तो मैंने यहाँ पर आने के पहले बहुत 4-5 प्रपोजल दिए थे सब लोगों को। मैं 2-5 मिनट और बोल लूँ? कितना टाइम है? बोल लूँ 5 मिनट और? ठीक है, थैंक यू। सो नहीं, बहुत सारे स्पीकर्स हैं इसलिए मुझे लगा मुझे सबको बोलना और मेरे को थोड़ा जाना है। सो मैं 5 प्रपोजल्स आप सबके लिए खुला छोड़ देता हूँ। एक, हम हर जगह जो मांगे, मैंने 3 बार पहले भी कहा है, फिक्की का पहला प्रोग्राम पवी में हुआ था शायद, वहाँ भी कहा था, पर वो शायद मेरी इमेज अच्छी नहीं है कि पॉलिटिकल लोगों पे लोगों को फेथ नहीं है, कोई आगे नहीं आया। एनीहाउ इस बार होप करता हूँ कि कोई तो आगे आएगा, कोई तो एग्जीक्यूट करेगा। तो 5 चीज़ें मैं आपके लिए छोड़ देता हूँ। एक, हम आप जहाँ मांगेंगे स्किलिंग सेंटर खोलने को तैयार हैं, आपकी फैक्ट्री में, आपके ऑफिस में, आपके बच्चे, आपके टीचर, आपका सब्जेक्ट, आपकी जगह, हमारे यहाँ भी जगह, आप कहोगे तो हमारे यहाँ जगह करेंगे, और आप ही उनको जॉब दो नहीं दो आपकी इच्छा है, कोई कंपल्सन नहीं है। तो इसका पेमेंट हम करते हैं पर बच्चे का करीबन 25,000 रुपीज़ का पेमेंट हम 90 आवर्स का करते हैं। आपको हम स्किलिंग सेंटर खोलेंगे तो सब हम स्किल सेंटर खोल के 2, हमने अभी मुख्यमंत्री कार्य प्रशिक्षण योजना शुरू की है। यदि आपके यहाँ पर किसी बच्चों को, अनट्रेंड बच्चे, आप 6 महीने के लिए उनको नौकरी पे रखते हो तो उसको 10,000 रुपये हर महीने के हम देंगे, चाहे वो पियोन की नौकरी करो, चाहे वॉचमैन की कराओ, चाहे आप उससे मैनेजर का कराओ चाहे रिसेप्शनिस्ट का कराओ, जिस चीज़ के लिए उसमें कैलिबर आपको नज़र आता है, जो रिटेंशन पीरियड होता है 6 महीने का, उसमें कोई कंपल्सन नहीं है कि बाद में आप आपके पास में रखो। सरकार उनको डायरेक्ट, हमारी ऑनलाइन एनरोलमेंट होता है, हम डायरेक्ट उनको पगार देते हैं। 2 हो गया। 3, हमारे पास में सब जगह ITI हैं, 350 ITI हैं, 75 हमारे पास में ये पॉलीटेक्निकल स्कूल्स हैं। पॉलीटेक्निकल कॉलेज हमारे पास नहीं, स्कूल हमारे पास रहती हैं महाराष्ट्र भर के अंदर, गाँवों के अंदर। तो उसमें यदि आपकी कोई भी एसोसिएशन से या कोई बड़ी इंडस्ट्री से, हर एक को तो हम नहीं एकोमोडेट कर पाएंगे, तो कोई भी बड़ी इंडस्ट्री, एस्टेब्लिश इंडस्ट्री का लेटर लेके कोई आता है कि हम इसको अपॉइंट कर रहे हैं, तो हम उसको ट्रस्ट पे लेने को तैयार है। ट्रस्ट में मतलब केवल फॉर्मेलिटी नहीं है, जैसा कि सिद्धिविनायक का ट्रस्टी का पावर रहता है, शिरडी के ट्रस्टी का पावर रहता है, उतना ही पावर आपको उस ITI के लिए रहेगा। और वो काफ़ी लंबे पीरियड के लिए रहती है, शायद 25 साल या 20 साल के लिए है। वो जो इंडस्ट्री एसोसिएशन बाद में नाम चेंज करती है। कोई आपकी रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी नहीं है, कोई आपसे पैसा नहीं मांगेगा, कोई आपसे एक्सपेक्ट भी नहीं करेगा। आप केवल अपना दिमाग वहाँ पर दीजिए और अपना दिल वहाँ पर दीजिए, ये आपसे एक्सपेक्टेशन है। तीसरा, हमने हमारी सारी ITI को माननीय देवेंद्र फडणवीस जी ने इस बार आने के बाद में कहा कि भाई ये हम सरकार का काम नहीं है, सरकार इसमें मदद कर सकती है, पर बेस्ट दिमाग और बेस्ट परफॉर्मेंस प्राइवेट एंटरप्रेन्योर्स की है, ये फैक्ट किसी को भी स्वीकार कर लेना चाहिए। हमारी सरकार ने भी स्वीकार कर लिया। हम सारी ITI आपके साथ में पार्टनरशिप पे चलने को तैयार है, लॉन्ग रन में एग्रीमेंट करके, ओरल नहीं। 10 साल से 30 साल का हम आपको चलाने के लिए देंगे। और हम इसमें ये भी नहीं करें कि सब पैसा आप ही लगाओगे। यस, थोड़ा बहुत तो पैसा हम आपसे कहेंगे, हम कुछ नहीं लेंगे, आपको ये कहेंगे आप ITI में लगा दो पैसा, और हम भी उसमें इक्वल पैसा आपके साथ में लगाएंगे। तो आप उस ITI को चलाओ, आपके लिए बच्चे तैयार करो, आपके एसोसिएशन के NGO में करो, या आपकी इंडस्ट्री के अंदर आपको जो चाहिए उस तरह का कोर्स तैयार करो। हम सब कुछ आपके हवाले कर देंगे। कि हमारा पर्पज़ ये है कि महाराष्ट्र के बच्चों को नौकरी मिले, नौकरी के एवेन्यूज़ नहीं खुले, नई जगह मिले, क्योंकि गवर्नमेंट में नौकरियां हैं नहीं। और सेल्फ एम्प्लॉयमेंट के लिए जब तक बच्चे को ट्रेन नहीं किया जाता तब तो सेल्फ एम्प्लॉयमेंट नारा हो सकता है, स्पीच का पार्ट हो सकता है, पर एग्जीक्यूट नहीं हो सकता है। एग्जीक्यूट तब होगा कि जब उसमें कॉन्फिडेंट हो, लड़ने की ताकत हो, आगे बढ़ने की हिम्मत हो, और कोई भी परिस्थिति के अंदर मुझे बेचारा नहीं रहना, ये उसके मन में यदि तय हो जाए तो फिर उसको कोई रोक भी नहीं पाता है। सारे बातें बहुत लंबी चौड़ी हैं, मैं आपका ज़्यादा समय न लेते हुए आपसे रिक्वेस्ट करता हूँ, महाराष्ट्र सरकार में माननीय मुख्यमंत्री देवेंद्र फडणवीस जी की तरफ से रिक्वेस्ट करता हूँ, प्लीज़ आगे आइए। आप में से किसी को भी बाद में रिपेंड नहीं होगा कि कहाँ फंस गए आके। हम आपसे कुछ नहीं मांगेंगे, हम आपसे कुछ नहीं लेंगे, केवल आपका दिल और दिमाग हमको चाहिए। उतना भी यदि महाराष्ट्र के लोगों मिलता है तो हमारी ITI कोई ज़माने के अंदर बहुत अच्छी थी, बाद में ये जगह जगह इंजीनियरिंग कॉलेज खुल गई, डिग्रियाँ मिलने लग गई, बच्चे डिग्री लेके चले गए। वहाँ पर भी कैसे टीचर हैं, उन डिग्री में कितना आदमी को सिखाते हैं, मैं उस पर कुछ कमेंट नहीं करना चाहता हूँ। पर हम अगले 1 साल में हमारे ITI के ऊपर 2000 करोड़ रुपए खर्च करने वाले हैं। हमको पैसा मिल गया है, 2000 करोड़ रुपया खर्च करके हम ITI के अंदर सब कुछ नया बनाने वाले हैं। पर वो बना के क्या फ़ायदा यदि उसको चलाने वाले नहीं है, यदि बना के क्या फ़ायदा कि उनके बच्चों को बाद में नौकरी नहीं मिलेगी, वो बना के क्या फ़ायदा कि जिसके लिए बनाए जा रहे हैं वो खुद ही उसमें इन्वॉल्व नहीं है। बजाज का वहाँ पे कोई कंपनी चलती है, टाटा की कोई फैक्ट्री है कि ऑफिस है, या मान लीजिए वाधवन में नया एयरपोर्ट बन रहा है, अपना पोर्ट बन रहा है, या न्यू बॉम्बे में एयरपोर्ट बन रहा है, वो हमको कहें कि नहीं भी हमको 2000 बच्चे इसके लिए चाहिए, 10,000 बच्चे इसके लिए चाहिए, तो हमारा करने का वी आर स्किल डिपार्टमेंट। हम महाराष्ट्र सरकार है, माननीय देवेंद्र फडणवीस जी, आप सब लोग उनको बहुत अच्छी तरह जानते हैं। ही इज़ ए मैन ऑफ विजन, ही इज़ ए मैन ऑफ एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन, ही इज़ ए मैन ऑफ इंटीग्रिटी एंड ऑनेस्टी, एंड देयर इज़ ए नरेंद्र भाई मोदी हु इज़, आप सब बिजनेस में से हो, इकोनॉमी कितनी बबल करने लग गई है और आगे कितनी बढ़ेगी इकोनॉमी। तो मोदी साहब के, देवेंद्र जी के साथ में मिलकर देश और महाराष्ट्र इतना आगे बढ़ जाएगा कि शेयर मार्केट के बड़े बड़े तेजड़िए भी उसमें पीछे छूट जाएंगे। इतना सब कुछ अच्छा होने वाला है, तो उस अच्छे होने के कारण हम भी उसमें कुछ न कुछ रोल करें, यही आपसे रिक्वेस्ट है। मुझे यहाँ बुलाया, मिलने का मौका दिया, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। लास्ट सेंटेंस, आप सब अपना अपना काम करिए, अपने अपने फ़ायदे लीजिए, अपना अपना बिजनेस चलाइए, पर थोड़ा समाज के लिए भी करिए, यही आपसे रिक्वेस्ट है। थैंक यू।
Thank you, sir, for that inspirational address and reaffirming the government's commitment in skilling and employment generation. I now invite Dr. Indu Sahani, the president of Atlas SkillTech University, to deliver her address. If the members of audience want to ask any questions to the minister, then Please raise your hands. We'll pass on the mic to you. Wow.
Yeah, very warm good morning to all. हाँ, नमस्ते सर. So मेरा क्वेश्चन ये नहीं, मैं हिंदी में बोलूँगी, नो प्रॉब्लम. सो सर, मुझे ये जानना था, हम लोग एम्प्लॉयमेंट करते हैं, हमारा कंपनी जो है एजुकेशन टू एम्प्लॉयमेंट में लास्ट 30 इयर्स से है. तो मुझे बस ये जानना था कि लास्ट टाइम भी मैंने अप्रोच किया था, तो हमारे पास अभी इतने सारे कॉर्पोरेट्स हैं जहाँ रिक्वायरमेंट है जॉब्स की, तो आपके पास गवर्नमेंट के पास डेटा है ऑन द ITI साइड. सो आई वुड लाइक टू हैव अ टाई अप वेयर आई कैन गिव देम एम्प्लॉयमेंट ASAP.
ऑनेस्टली आपको बताना चाह रहा हूँ कि हमारे पास अभी इस तरह के बच्चे बहुत ज़्यादा नहीं है कि हम आपको कैटर कर सकें. इसीलिए हम आपसे रिक्वेस्ट कर रहे हैं कि हमारे बच्चे को अपग्रेड करिए. आप जो कॉर्पोरेट वर्ड यूज़ किए,
हम दोनों करना चाहते
हाँ,
हैं.
तो जो अवेलेबल बच्चे हैं उनका हम जरूर आपको लिस्ट दे देंगे, पर हमारे पास में बहुत अपग्रेडेशन का प्रोसेस हमारा बाकी है. अभी आप लोग साथ देंगे या आप जैसे और लोग साथ देंगे तो 2 साल के बाद हम इस स्थिति में होंगे कि जैसे कि स्विट्ज़रलैंड के अंदर या वहाँ पर कोई भी किसी को भी कंपनी को जॉब लगता है तो पहले गवर्नमेंट वेबसाइट पे जाते हैं, वहाँ से बच्चे मिल जाते हैं उनको, तो ही आगे नहीं मिलते तो प्राइवेट में जाते हैं. वो हमारी स्थिति आज की डेट में नहीं है, बट स्टिल वी विल वर्क विद यू. आपने किससे अप्रोच किया मुझे पता नहीं, पर आप मेरे को
वोकेशनल इसमें कमिश्नर
नाम बता दीजिए मैडम.
आई मेट मिस्टर डांगे.
मिस्टर डांगे, अच्छा डांगे अभी आए हैं इस साल में.
हाँ.
तो क्या हुआ, चले भी गए वो?
मुझे नहीं पता सर मेरा.
हाँ.
तो उन्होंने बोला था
सरकार
कि
का
हम
यही
लोग
प्रॉब्लम है.
एक ये कर लेंगे बिकॉज
आप मेरे को मेरा नंबर लिख लीजिए, मेरा व्हाट्सएप नंबर कोई भी लिख सकता है. आप मैसेज डालेंगे, कॉल में रिसीव नहीं करूंगा, मैसेज डालेंगे और काम लिख देंगे तो मैं आपको कॉल बैक कर पाऊंगा. बाकी मैं जनरल मुझे मिलना है तो मैं आपको रेस्पॉन्स नहीं कर पाऊंगा. मेरा 98200 लिख लीजिए आप मैडम नंबर. यू कैन एनीवन कैन व्हाट्सएप मी. आई एम ए पब्लिक पर्सन, आई एम सपोज टू बी.
और सर इसमें और एक ऐड करना है
मैडम नंबर तो लिख लीजिए, नंबर दे रहा हूँ तो.
बोलिए.
98200
ओके
21592. चलिए अभी सेकंड क्वेश्चन होने दीजिए. वो मैडम ऑलरेडी उठ के खड़ी हो गई, स्पीच उनका शुरू हो गया था. अभी नहीं, सेकंड बाद में कर लीजिए, एक एक हो गया. चलिए प्लीज. थैंक यू
सर. हम लोग बीड में स्कूल्स चलाते हैं, सो 5-6 स्कूल्स है. प्रॉब्लम हमारा है कि स्कूल्स में 9th के बाद 9 to 12 बच्चे स्कूल में ही रहते, वो सब कोचिंग क्लासेस में रहते. सो गवर्नमेंट का ये कोचिंग स्टैंड्स में क्या है, बिकॉज वो ना स्कूल में रहते ना वहाँ पे होते.
गुड क्वेश्चन. ऐसा है कि ये NEP को किसी को स्टडी करना चाहिए. मोदी साहब जो भी कुछ करते हैं, मैं उनकी पार्टी का हूँ इसलिए उनका भक्त नहीं हूँ. मेरे को मानना है कि वास्तव में बहुत विजनरी आदमी है और वो देश को पूरा चेंज करना चाहते हैं. ये देश हमारी स्थिति क्यों हुई, आप में से मैं सब कहीं ना कहीं पढ़े हुए हैं, पर अपने को एक को भी, मेरे को तो कम से कम मैंने 6ठी में क्या पढ़ा और 7वीं में क्या पढ़ा वो अभी मेरे काम नहीं आता है. क्योंकि सारी जो लॉर्ड मैकाले ने जो एजुकेशन पॉलिसी लाई थी, वो लाई इसीलिए थी कि देश को लंबे समय तक गुलाम रखा जा सके. तो यहाँ पर प्रोडक्ट तैयार हो जाता है, स्टूडेंट तैयार नहीं होता है. तो इसलिए आपके जो बच्चे कोचिंग में जाते हैं वो इसीलिए जाते हैं कि उसको केवल मार्क लेने हैं, उसको इसके अलावा कोई लेना देना नहीं है. मोदी साहब ने अभी NEP के अंदर लोगों को, बच्चे को 4th क्लास से सिखाना शुरू किया है. आप NEP को अडॉप्ट करने के लिए हम महाराष्ट्र सरकार देवेंद्र जी के नेतृत्व में काम शुरू कर रही है. आपको भी धीमे धीमे, जो मैंने कहा है आपने थोड़ा सुना कि नहीं सुना, आपकी जो भी स्कूल है उस स्कूल के अंदर आप टेक्निकल क्लास, हमारी स्किल सेंटर शुरू करिए. तो बच्चों को स्किल में इंटरेस्ट लगने दीजिए. मैंने मेरे बचपन के अंदर, जब मैं जिस सर्वोदय स्कूल में जोधपुर राजस्थान में पढ़ता था, वहाँ मैंने ब्लॉटिंग पेपर बनाना सीखा था, फ्रेम बनाना सीखा था, शैम्पू बनाना सीखा था, कपड़ा बनाना सीखा था. आज भी मैं 1 घंटे के नोटिस के ऊपर वो सब बना सकता हूँ. और मुझे वो उस समय लेबर के प्रति रेस्पेक्ट हुआ क्योंकि मैंने काम किया था. इसके लिए मैं आज सबसे आपसे रिक्वेस्ट करता हूँ कि जब तक आप सबके मन में लेबर के प्रति रेस्पेक्ट नहीं आएगा तब तक आप नीचे यंगस्टर्स को वो रेस्पेक्ट पास नहीं कर सकोगे. अपन कहीं खाना खाने गए और कोई काम करने वाला आदमी आके आपके पास में इडली डोसे को ऑर्डर देता है तो आप चिल्लाते, आप परेशान होते हो, कैसा होटल है, कोई भी आके बैठ जाता है. लंदन के अंदर आप ऑर्डर दे रहे हो, आपके बाजू में 2 आदमी आते हैं, उनके कपड़ों के ऊपर सीमेंट लगी हुई है, वो उतरते हैं, खाने का ऑर्डर देते हैं, टिप देते हैं. आपको कोई टेंशन नहीं, होटल वाले को कोई टेंशन नहीं. ये आपके और हमारे बीच में, उनके बीच में फ़र्क है. हमको यहाँ पर लेबर को रेस्पेक्ट करना पड़ेगा. आप ये कोचिंग सेंटर अपने यहाँ शुरू करिए. थैंक यू. लास्ट क्वेश्चन आई विल. सर नहीं, आई डोंट वांट टू डिस्टर्ब एनीवन.
सर नमस्ते, मेरा नाम शिवाजी कदम है, प्रथम एजुकेशन फाउंडेशन से हूँ मैं. और हम मल्टीपल ट्रेड्स में, ट्रेडिशनल ट्रेड जो है हमारे, उस ट्रेड्स में हम लोग ट्रेन करते हैं लोगों को, यूथ को ट्रेन करके प्लेस करके रिटेंशन के ऊपर बात करते हैं. तो क्वेश्चन ये था कि थोड़ा हम आपसे अलग से भी मतलब आपने कम्युनिकेशन नंबर दिया हुआ, विल मीट यू अराउंड 30 to 40 सेंटर्स वी हैव इन महाराष्ट्र।
आप बताइए, आपकी जानकारी के लिए मोदी साहब ने ट्रेडिशनल के लिए बहुत अच्छी अभी वो विश्वकर्मा योजना शुरू की। आई डोंट नो वेदर यू नो इट और नॉट। उससे अपने यहाँ पर 57,000 बच्चे सीख के गए। 57,000 में 20,000 बच्चे गायब हो गए, 27,000 अभी भी रोल के अंदर हैं। उन 27,000 बच्चों को हम आगे लेकर जाना चाहते हैं। देखिए, ऐसा आप सब अपना बिजनेस करिए, आप सब पैसे कमाइए, आप सब अपनी रेस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी अपना जो भी इंस्टीट्यूट उसके प्रति पूरी करिए, पर साथ में कभी टाटा को याद करते हुए, कभी ऐसे लोगों को याद करते हुए, बजाज को, जिन्होंने समाज के लिए बहुत किर्लोस्कर, जिन्होंने समाज के लिए कुछ किया है। 5% ऑफ योर एनर्जी, माइंड एंड टाइम, नॉट मनी, इफ़ यू डिवोट टू इट। नाउ सरकार के पास पैसे की कमी नहीं है। जो सरकार 22,000 करोड़ रुपए हर महीना लाडकी बहना को हर साल दे सकती है, वो सरकार अभी पैसों से कम नहीं है। सरकार को लोगों को ऊपर उठाना है, पर हमारे पास में यदि हैंड और दिमाग आपके साथ में फिक्की के इस प्रोग्राम में, यदि आप लोगों में से 10% लोग भी हमारे साथ बाद में जुड़ के एक्चुअल में काम कर लेंगे, तो मेरा तो ये आना सफल हो जाएगा। थैंक यू
सर। एक लास्ट क्वेश्चन। सो वी रन हम लोग एक स्किलिंग प्लेटफॉर्म चलाते हैं जहाँ पे हम लोग अलग अलग जॉब ओरिएंटेड कोर्सेज वर्नाकुलर लैंग्वेजेस में पढ़ाते हैं। तो उसका नाम learn1.com करके है, जहाँ पे हम लोग वर्नाकुलर लैंग्वेजेस में पढ़ाते हैं। तो हाउ कैन वी एसोसिएट विद द गवर्नमेंट टू ऑफर ऑल द कोर्सेज फॉर फ्री टू ऑल द।
आप खुद अपनी प्रॉब्लम खड़ी कर रहे हो, आप मेरे से सवाल कर रहे हो और मेरे को लंबा लंबा भाषण देने की आदत है, फिर आप परेशान हो जाओगे।
नहीं सर, प्लीज।
तो मैं लास्ट क्वेश्चन, अभी हमने बहुत, देखिए आपको बैठिए 2 मिनट के लिए, हमने एक स्वामी विवेकानंद इंटरनेशनल स्किल एकेडमी शुरू की है, जो कुर्ला में काम कर रही है। पूरे महाराष्ट्र के अंदर 6 सेंटर उसके शुरू कर रहे हैं। जो बच्चों को फॉरेन जा रहा, आपने लैंग्वेज की जो बात की उसके ऊपर से मैं जवाब दे रहा हूँ। हम वहाँ पे जर्मन, जापान, सारी अलग अलग हिब्रू सब लैंग्वेज सिखाते हैं, वहाँ का कल्चर भी सिखाते हैं, वहाँ के जॉब को रिक्वायरमेंट बताते हैं, यहाँ के बच्चों को ट्रेन करते हैं। और जो बाहर 4 से 5 लाख रुपए में बच्चा जाता है, उसमें भी 25 बच्चों के साथ फ्रॉड होता है। हमारे यहाँ 35% ऑफ द कॉस्ट में बच्चों को सिखाएंगे। यदि हम ढूंढ रहे हैं, ये पालकर मैडम ही उसकी इंचार्ज है, हम ढूंढ रहे हैं कि कोई फॉरेन लैंग्वेज के अंदर कोई आ जाए। हम आपको पास फ्री में काम नहीं कराना चाहते हैं, पर हम केवल इतना चाहते हैं कि आपके मन में थोड़ा सोशल रेस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी के साथ जोड़ के आप कॉमर्शियल करो। मेरा तो बहुत पुराना ओपनली कहना है कि भगवान सबका भला करे, शुरुआत मेरे से करे। तो आप भी अपना फायदा लो, पर थोड़ा लोगों का भी भला होने दो। थैंक यू।
Thank you, sir, for joining us here. Sir, this I now invite Dr. Indu Sahani, President and Chancellor Atlas SkillTech University, to deliver a special address.
A very good morning to all of you, dignitaries on the stage, and each one of you here. Just can I have a bottle of water? It's indeed a privilege for me to present the Skills University, started in the private sector, and this particular university is the first of its kind in SkillTech. And we are very, very, Minister has gone, but we would have been happy to tell him that this was the university started in the pandemic, and a university in high order skills. So, and we work very closely with the UGC for the degree granting. So in 2013, we had started a school of design. In 2016, we started a school of management. And both these schools were standalone institutions, AICTE accredited. But when it came to 2021, we must complement the Maharashtra Skills, Entrepreneurship and Innovation Department to really give us a campus within the corporates. So this is what it is. Let's go ahead. And the 3 schools are the School of Design and Innovation, the School of Management and Education, the School of Digital Technology. Now, just one point here I want to tell you, that everywhere you will find these schools, right? But the difference over here is that there is a complete focus on multidisciplinary skills. And therefore, a student, I mean, I was a principal of HR college for over 20 years, and I wanted my students to not just do commerce and accounting, but to take a psychology lecture in KC College or somewhere else. But it never happened because that is the rule of the universities, that it was just BA, BCom, BScs. Today, this has changed, and when we started our 3 schools, we are happy to say that a student who's studying technology or a student who's studying design can also take up a course on stock markets from the management field. And that's how the electives are. Let's go fast. Vision was, of course, to empower the learners with the 21st century skills. Transdisciplinary, because we want to work with corporates. This is my request here, that we would be very happy to work with you all. You know, while I was sitting inside here, somebody talked about, you know, we are also very interested in what you're doing. I would like the corporates to come up for 2 things. One, if you can give us guidance and look at our curriculum that we are teaching, because curriculum is changing every minute, and you're going to hear about the skills. All this time, analytical thinking was on the top of the skills. This is the World Education Forum from which I'm quoting, the skills of 2030. It will be AI which will be on top. They've given the 2-3 AI-related skills, but the rest of the skills they have given are still human skills. So I think we would need support from the corporate world, and we are working with 22 social organizations and NGOs to skill their children. Let's go next. We got all the, this is the Maharashtra's first private state university, skills university, started by, we followed the trend set by the Maharashtra State University, public university, and we are happy to be a part of this. Let's go next. We have a very distinguished board in the Atlas SkillTech University, starting with Deepak Parekh. And besides Deepak Parekh, we've got the young Gen next, Goenka, and Ariman Birla, who's son of Kumar Mangalam Birla. And of course, what does Atlas stand for? AT, Analytical Thinking, Technology, Design, Program, Leadership and Social Influence, Artificial Intelligence, Machine Learning, and Sustainability. Next. This is our School of Design. These are the various programs that we teach. We start after class 12. Next. This is a point that I want to make here, is how the School of Design is working with sustainability and economic growth. We have created a breast cancer detection device for rural India. The students have made this, and they go and actually work with rural India. We are supporting Swadesh, the foundation that's been started by Ronnie Screwvala. We are supporting many other villages, because I think children who are here and so privileged to be in the city and studying in good colleges should give back to the villages where the students are very smart. We also do financial literacy for women. Then this is all about sustainability. It's one of our first things that we have started about sustainability. The product design group works on this. Next. This is ISME, the Bachelor of Management and Entrepreneurship. Keep going. We worked on so many skills, and as you can see today, no management school teaches business analytics, data analytics in their curriculum, and we have included in the BBA program technical and analytical skills, problem solving and decision making, and industry relevant enterprise. Next. Introduction to new courses. We've come out with new courses. Finance and FinTech is going to be the course that we are working on. Now, you have to understand that our clientele is very different from clientele that would go. We are a full-fledged university competing with the Ashoka's and the other universities being among the first SkillTech University. Next. This is the newest school that we have started, School of Technology. It's not an engineering program. It is a BTech program, which actually takes in computer science, artificial intelligence, and machine learning. And we would, again, invite corporates to please support us in these programs, which the students. I want to now tell you about this. And ma'am, you'll be also glad to see what I'm talking about now. Our BTech first-year students, we started this program 2 years back. Our first-year students applied for a competition worldwide. And our students were the only university from India that was picked up to present their rover at NASA. They are leaving on 1st April, and keep going, please keep going. As you can see, the students are working inside. We have made this a credit course, and we are giving them marks on if this succeeds at NASA, which we are confident about. We are working very, very hard on this. If it succeeds, that's their curriculum. Where is the question of creating another curriculum for them? They are doing it. I'm happy to say Anand Mahindra heard of it, and he said, how can I support? A lot of industry people have started supporting this, because can you see how young these children are? They're just out of school after 12, and they are into working on it. They will leave 1st of April, and there are 17 other universities from all over the world who will be actually competing with them, but they have got the Josh very much. And also to tell you that Indiana University, seeing such bright students, has created a 3-day immersion program for them in the US. So these are the things. Next, we have just established a PhD center. Please tell in the corporate world, if any of you all want to do PhDs, please apply to us, because we are doing PhDs in new age programs. Next, I have a video of this. Do you think we can play it, Sachika? Oh, 1 minute, before you play it, one afternoon I was sitting in the class. Okay, just watch the video, there's no sound. So I was sitting in my office and I get a call that Tim Cook wants to visit you. Now, I said, but are you sure? And they said, yes. The voice is not working. We'll wait till they help you with the voice. Otherwise, we'll go ahead. So Tim Cook, I got a call from Apple saying Tim Cook wants to visit your university. Now, I thought that was a crank call. Why would Tim Cook want to visit my university? We are not IITs, we are not IISCs. But he came here because there was a young child who is, we didn't reveal that to him, son of a farmer who's working. Farmer has saved up enough. He wanted to come to Atlas. And so he came. They said he will spend 10 minutes with you, meet that student. Yeah, let's see it. These are our laboratories that you can see. This is the young student, the farmer's son, who has created all the crafts that are being done in the region have been put on an Apple ad, and that's what Tim Cook had come to see. And he said, no photographs, no videos. We climbed up on trees to take his pictures because the students wanted the pictures. So with this, I would just like to say that AI and ML is still on the top, but even other universities need. I think the 2 more slides are missing. Yes, the generation to Z that we are teaching has become Gen I generation. Next, one last 2 slides. yesterday's Times of India had this headlines, which he said that degrees, our Prime Minister said that degrees are valuable, but skills make you indispensable. And finally, that's it. So I just want to say, we would like to welcome FICCI to hold one of their programs. Rajesh, we would like to welcome FICCI to hold one of their programs with us in our institution so that there can be an academia. And just like our Honorable Minister talked about the government and industry alliances, let's work on academia industry, because that is the only thing that will help us. So with this, thank you so much. It was indeed a pleasure to talk to you.
Thank you, ma'am, for those wonderful remarks. I now invite Mr. Amaya Vanjari, the Chief Operating Officer of TATA STRIVE, for his address.
So thank you FICCI and Rajesh ji, Apurva Palkar ma'am, Nitin Kapoor, Vice President NSDC, as well as Indu Sahani ma'am, President Atlas. My regards and respect to you all as well as all the dignitaries who are here in this gathering. I'm from Tata Strive. Tata Strive is an initiative of Tata Group. It's a skill development initiative of Tata Group. Started 10 years ago. We are driven by our vision of getting every aspirant in our country to have a gainful livelihood. That is what drives us day in, day out. So our target segment that we work with, the youth that we work with, is largely predominantly from the lower bottom of the pyramid of the socioeconomic strata of our country. We run centers where we skill youth for jobs. We have been doing that for 10 years. We work with a lot of ITIs to transform them, to see how we can improve the quality of work that happens within ITIs. And we work very closely with the government of Maharashtra as well. We also have programs to create entrepreneurs. End of the day, jobs are not increasing at the same pace at which economy is increasing. So we need a lot more entrepreneurs. And these are grassroots entrepreneurs. These are not the startup ecosystem entrepreneurs. These are entrepreneurs who start an electrician shop or start a food stall or a cloud kitchen. Those are the ones that we support, students who come from various ITIs. Apart from that, we have programs to strengthen SSGs and also starting to work with schools. That's a quick overview of who we are. In the last 10 years, we have been able to touch lives of 20 lakh youth across the country, and we have a huge presence within Maharashtra, and that's the reason I'm here. But I do want to share a few learnings from our journey. I thought it's a good forum to share some of our learnings. What has worked for us is three key things. One is partnerships. Partnerships with and what has worked beautifully is a tripartite partnership where there is a government entity who helps us scale, there is an industry who brings the subject matter know-how, and us who know how to do skill development, how to reach the community and work with the Samaj part of it. So the partnership of three entities coming together creates beautiful programs. We have centers running in Assam, Odisha, in Maharashtra, as well as in Gujarat now, in similar models, and those are partnerships that really work well for us. Apart from that, there are multiple organizations who have come forward, apart from Tata Group, outside of Tata Group, who have come forward and are working with us, bringing their subject matter expertise, bringing their CSR funds as well, to create innovative programs. Those who have a forward-looking outlook really works well for us. We create various innovative programs. Two examples of that is working with the government of Odisha. One, we have fellows, what they call as Chief Minister fellows in every district of Odisha, who work to take priorities of the state government at a grassroots level, at a district level, at a block level, because we need that conduit. Government will have various schemes, and Sir spoke about, the Minister, Honorable Minister spoke about various intentions and schemes that they are launching. How do you take it to the grassroots level? And you need that conduit. And for that, there is a program going on in Odisha, which is a beautiful model, I think, that can work well in other states as well. It used to work as MGNF at a national level, Mahatma Gandhi Fellowship Program at a national level. That stopped a couple of years ago, but that model continues in a few states, and that's something that we are doing. The second program that we are doing is also creating entrepreneurs and identifying those who are skilled from ITIs or other skill development programs who want to start a business of their own. It could be a small hotel, it could be a cloud kitchen, it could be working with contractors as an electrician, as plumbers. If they have to start their own business, they need support, they need guidance. And that is where a partnership with participation of industry, organizations like us and government can work together to create this ecosystem where entrepreneurs can thrive. Traditionally in India, it used to be family to family. It used to pass on from generation to generation. And that system no longer exists. So we need to create a framework and an ecosystem to create entrepreneurs so that unemployed youth reduce in our country and we can address the socioeconomic challenge. So partnerships is something that has worked, that has been a core for us to being able to deliver and scale with quality. Second thing that has helped us to scale with quality, and Ms. Sahani also spoke about how important technology is, and technology is something that has been the backbone, a strategic capability of TATA STRIVE. Starting with technology, if I reflect back on how technology or EdTech works within TATA STRIVE, I think there are three distinct components. One is it has helped us keep our programs transparent and visible to everyone, bringing in standardization, bringing in the level of governance which is required by all organizations. So our entire value chain, right from mobilization, counseling, attendance to assessments, certification, placements, post-placements, that's the value chain of our skill development value chain. And across all the value chain, we have technology components that has helped us standardize process. The way it works in our Chennai center is the same way that it works in Assam center, in Maharashtra center, so that has helped us scale. The second thing is delivering learning experiences to the students. Technology is a beautiful medium to deliver learning experiences, to help augment the faculty that is there in the class. You cannot take the faculty away if you're working with the bottom of the pyramid and teaching them skills. You need the physical spaces to practice, but technology helps augment it. And that is something that has worked well for us. And third thing is innovation. It's a beautiful source of innovation for us. We pioneered with facial recognition-based attendance, as well as now looking at how AI would impact jobs, should impact courses, and that's where I was interested in the book that Palkar ma'am has there. And we are looking to see how does a course on electrician should change and include AI for them. There was a quick anecdote. 2 weeks ago, I had asked a repair person to come in and look at my treadmill at my place. And he had not worked on that company and that model before, but he was quick to look up on the phone on what are the functions and what are the issues that are, there was an error code there, what the error code means and how to resolve it, and he could easily resolve it. So it's technology today is required not only for professional workers, but also for repair technicians as well, and we should build that into the course, and that is something that we are doing. But more importantly, there are other ways in which we are using technology to innovate. How can AI ML help us predict dropouts is an experiment going on. We have tons of data of the last 10 years. Can we predict dropouts and identify and provide them with counseling so that they don't drop out of the course, because it's an investment that we are making. So technology partnerships, and third source of differentiation for us is the way we are designing experiential learning for our students, and that is essential. We need to bring in dignity. First of all, these are students who come in after a gap of 10 years, 6 years, 7 years, they are not studying, and they come into our centers and work with us. So we need to bring in dignity, we need to bring in experiential learning for them to actually have effective learning experiences, and that is something that we do. Those are some of the reasons and capabilities based on which we have been able to do our work. I thought it would be good to share these, and I really look forward for more partnerships and strengthening the work that we do with the Maharashtra government, and work closely with FICCI on various topics that have been spoken of. Future of jobs is something that we are keen on. Thank you again for inviting me, Rajesh.
Thank you, sir, for those wonderful insights. Now, I invite Dr. Apurva Palkar, the founding Vice Chancellor of Maharashtra State Skills University, for a special address.
Good morning, everyone. Because Mr. Vanjari made a mention of my book, I will first start my session by sharing this book with everyone. This is the new book that I have authored, and the title of the book is AI Unzipped. This is for anyone who wants to understand the simple basic tools of AI, and we have taken up all sectors in this. And this will be released at the hands of the Honorable Chief Minister on 18th of this month. That would be the day where the university has decided to do AI certification for 10,000 girls and women educators. So that's what we plan to do. And I truly believe that we need to look at the futuristic areas in skilling which are important. Let me come today on the first and a very important aspect, because I understand that FICCI is a industry association. I see a lot of you from industry, but I see also a large number of you who have come from foundations. Recently, I came across a very interesting book on how the job descriptions for companies are going to change, and no longer will the job description or the JDs will be defined by the basic degrees that people have. And this is a book which is authored by none other than somebody from Stanchart Global. And I truly believe that all of us sitting in this room have slowly and gradually adapted to the fact that it is the skills acquired in the jobs that will take us places. When I speak of skills, it also necessarily means that everyone in the industry needs to look at how do I keep my lifelong learning antenna open. The other day there was a session which was going on some days back at D.Y. Patil, where Nitin was also there, and in that session someone asked, is there any new skill that any one of you have acquired? And they were all vice chancellors in the room. There were hardly 2 hands that came up saying that I've acquired a new skill, and I was one of them saying that I've acquired Canva as a skill. So probably next 10 years or the next decade will be a decade where the progression of people in organizations and in companies will be decided predominantly by the skills that are required for the given set of jobs. We do understand that there is a tall order which is being spoken about the industry. Everyone says that 60% of the human capital who is working in the industry requires reskilling. What does that mean? Is there any definition to the 60% of reskilling of people or the human capital which is residing in the industries? And we say that the economic development backbone or foundation is with the industry. And if I say that India is looking at $5 trillion economy, or Maharashtra is trying to look at $1 trillion economy, what is the base for it? There are 2 important things that need to happen in every state or in the country. One is innovation, and second is development of the human capital to upgrade to this next level. It's very easy to say that we are going towards Amrit Kal. It's very easy to say that we are going towards 2047 for India to become a developed economy. How will this really happen? How will this transform? Transformation can happen provided we change the people, change the people's outlook and change the people's ability to learn newer things and newer skills. And this is where I feel that skills is becoming prominent. Skills is no longer a Turner, Fitter, or ITI, but it is moved beyond that, where we are talking of skilling in the aspirational area. And I strongly believe that for any project, especially IT sector, which is service-dominated sector, for any kind of a job, there are certain skills which are the base level skills, or as we call them as the, the programming skills, which are the skills which are always available with everyone. But what are the other two skills which are required? I'm just giving this as an example. The second skill that becomes important is what is the critical skills. So what is the critical skill in a given software sector or an industry? Could be quality assurance, could be a critical skills. The third important skill, so one is the bottom of the pyramid, second is the mid-level, and the third one, when I'm talking at the top, which is a skill which is rarest and available with very few people. In this example, I say the third part would be the project management skills. So it becomes very important for every employee in an organization to understand what is it that I have to acquire for my career progression and growth in an organization, and who can help and support me in doing so. So I think this is what is the thought I want to bring to people from the industry to start thinking in this direction. And universities like ours, which is a public state university, or maybe the university like Atlas University, SkillTech University, we are very happy to handhold, join hands with the companies and try and help and support in cascading and helping you go up the ladder, which we've done in the past. I think in FICCI, they had invited me in Delhi once. I had mentioned about my partnership, which I had with Persistent System. I have a Tata Trend. We have a partnership, which is an ongoing partnership with Tata Trend Zudio. We do a lot of work with them. We do a lot of work with McDonald's, so which is at the bottom of the pyramid. At the top of the pyramid, we do very close work with KPMGs of the world, because we strongly believe that it has to be 70% of doing and 30% of the knowledge acquisition. And this is what the industry requires. And at all levels in an industry, upgradation, this is what is going to matter. And this is what brings us together today, because FICCI has decided, and Rajeshji thought that it was important for me to come and address this August gathering on this particular subject, which also brings me to a second important aspect. Being an academician, I feel that it would be unfair if I don't speak of the second very important aspect, which is National Education Policy 2020. So National Education Policy 2020, where the whole idea of a skills university is upskilling people in the corporate sector, helping and supporting the newer breed of youngsters who come in for acquisition of their formal degrees through a framework of a skills university. And third, which is most important and significant, is any student studying in any traditional university needs to have a credit transfer of 8 to 12 credits in the skill space. The new education policy has put everything in a very beautiful format, where there is something which we call it as the core domain. We call something as a multidisciplinary domain. The third, which we call it as the skills domain, ability enhancement. And then there are also the credits which are given for the audit. And this looks very rosy on paper, and this is what industry requires. And this is what we've been talking for a very, very long time. And I am very excited because we also have a representative from, I think NCVT also is represented here today. NSDC is also represented here. And the skills policy speaks of NSQF aligned courses. Gone are the days when you will say that the course curriculum are not getting updated, because the policy itself is saying that you could take NSQF aligned courses and map them in your own curriculum for people who are actually learning. And here is a possibility that this could also be connected to some kind of schemes which the minister spoke, where instead of a lot of institutions and colleges in Mofussil areas who may not have the bandwidth of getting the right kind of faculties. For example, I'm talking of AI as an aspirational skill, or I'm talking of deep learning as an aspirational skill. I'm talking of EV as an aspirational skill. If these are the skills that are required to be given to people in the Mofussil areas, here is an opportunity that government provides through a scheme where we could chip in an external partner to come and do the skilling initiative for you. So gone would be the days when you will have ranking frameworks of the universities and colleges which will be defined purely basis the scripts that we see today. 10 years down the line, the scripting will be different. What course is best in which institution, and who has the capability of upskilling people in a given sector, in a given region, and in a given location. This is what is the future of skilling, and I see that the time has arrived for all of us to start thinking about skilling as a DNA for each and every individual at each and every part of your career progression that you and I can think of. Probably this is a never-ending saga, and this gives a lot of happiness to people because there is also a lot of esteem associated with performance, which is based on the doing part of it. So I think this is what really matters to every individual and for the esteem of every individual working in every organization. Gone would be the days when people will drop, with a drop of a hat, we have people saying that I'm from IIT, I'm from IIM. It would be people saying that I am somebody who is an expert in this particular area. And that is what is going to matter in 10 years down the line. And that is what is the message that I thought that I will give to everyone sitting in this room. AI is a reality. AI is something that will transform not only specific manufacturing, hospitality, it is going to be changing the medical sciences, but it is also drastically bringing a change in our teaching pedagogies as well, and the methods in which we teach in the class. Gone would be the days when you really need a tutor in the class, but it would be more of learner-centric organization and learner-centric trainings that will even happen in the corporate world. So I'm sure my book, which will come very shortly, I'm speaking more about it because I'm excited about the fact that India is looking at AI as the next biggest change, and this is what we see even in the budget speech of the finance minister, the amount of allocations that are going into these areas, and this is going to transform all our lives drastically, and I will not be surprised that in 10 years, 80% of the jobs that we are speaking of will become redundant. Time has come for all of us to wake up from our sleep and start thinking on how do we build the skills and how do we propagate what we have acquired through our profiles and through our CVs. And this is what the employer will really look at. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am, for those insightful remarks. Now I invite Mr. Nitin Kapoor, the Vice President, National Skill Development Corporation, to conclude the inaugural session.
Namaskar, honorable dignitaries, as esteemed guests, industry partners, policymakers, and friends. The very fact that we are all addressing a packed house resonates the fact that skill and skilling and the need is very much in everyone's heart. I think if I would sum up everything that everyone was saying, the whole idea is about coming together and doing this together, and that's where the whole piece comes up. First of all, a big thank you to FICCI West India Connect Summit for getting all of us here. Thank you, Rajesh ji, and the team for giving us this opportunity. Let me begin by expressing deep appreciation to our Honorable Minister Sir, Shri Lodha ji, who was here with us earlier, addressing and putting across his point. I think the most heartening was his open arm welcome to everyone to come forward and participate, and I think I would leave it at that, and I'm sure a lot of us would ensure we pick that opportunity up. Big thank you to the dignitaries on the dais, Rajesh Pankaj ji, Indu Shahani ma'am, Apurva Palkar ma'am, Ameya Vanjari. Palkar ma'am, I also take this opportunity to wish you all the best for the book. I will wait for it on 18th myself. Big thank you to all of you here. This day is looking all packed with some amazing panel discussions coming up. I too am part of one of them and I'm looking forward to it. So extending gratitude and thanks to all the participants and speakers and panelists there in advance. Also sincere thanks to all the delegates here. It takes a moment, and it takes a moment of involvement that you decide I'll block half a day to be here, or I'll be off my work and I'll be here through the event. Trust me, and I'm sure everyone will feel the same. Sabke calendars completely blocked hote hain, overflowing hote hain, and then it is always a choice on saying, what will I be doing on 12th? And so thank you once again on behalf of the FICCI team. Special thanks to all the people behind this event. Representing NSDC, we are happy to be here. We consider ourselves to be the principal architect of the skilling ecosystem and would love to connect with all of you as we speak. Also take this opportunity to extend thanks to all the media partners here who are covering this event. I'm sure you will help us take this message across to the last mile, because the idea for all of us, as Honorable Minister also said, is to ensure that our efforts are reaching the last mile, and this is a collective effort that we put across. Concluding session of the opening, but probably it's just the start of the day. There is lots coming up. We are all excited about it, and the very fact that all of us are in it together, let's look forward to some meaningful conversations both on and off the stage, and let's look at connecting with each other. I would conclude once again on behalf of FICCI and entire organizing committee for a great effort that's come in, and thank you again to all the delegates, speakers, policymakers, industry partners, and academicians who are present here. Thank you. Namaskar. Jai Hind. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kapoor, for your closing remarks and continuous effort in strengthening India's skilling ecosystem. I now require all the dignitaries on the dais to gather for a group photograph. We have a special address lined up by Professor Dr. Anil Kashyap, the President and Chancellor of NICMAR University and Director General NICMAR.
Distinguished dignitaries, industry representatives, FICCI team, Skilling Institute representatives, ladies and gentlemen. I'm very privileged to be standing here in this packed house and extending the conversation about skills. The inaugural session has set the tone of skilling quite well, with the minister's thought about policy perspective and his open invitation to everyone to participate into the skilling agenda, followed by two key educators from the universities of very different perspective. One is Dr. Indu Sahani talking about the journey of Atlas SkillTech University, and Dr. Apurva talking about the first Maharashtra SkillTech University, and how both of these coming together to fill the perspective and the gap into these key domain areas. And let me extend my conversation bringing in NICMAR, National Institute of Construction Management and Research, which has now become a university in Pune. And I stand here as a chancellor and president of NICMAR University, Pune, to share our journey and how that maps very, very closely to the skills in a more private sector universities approved by the Maharashtra state government. The journey of NICMAR has been quite humble, and that was mid-80s when I was also studying my civil engineering. All these infrastructure companies, they felt that there is a skill gap and a need in a civil engineer. And that was not today. We are talking about nearly 40 years back. And this conversation of skills was so pertinent and important at that point as well. Extending that thought, major infrastructure companies, they come together, they sat around, and the leadership of those companies decided to identify that what is needed in a civil engineer, which is missing and which is required for their projects to deliver. They brought a team of experts from abroad and India all together, and identified skills were put in a curriculum, and that started in a garage in Tarddev location in Walchand Terraces, very small beginning, but it was based on the premise of the skills gap. And that skill gap was project management skill. Dr. Palkar also mentioned about project management as one of the gap, and that was identified at that level. So what civil engineers at that time in 1984 onwards, when this initiative was taken, they learned construction project management skills, and after that, they were sent onto the projects, and after acquiring that project management skill, they were able to get employment, get used as a project manager, and be successful. And some of those graduates of those early cohorts are the industry leaders and the top professionals in construction and infrastructure sector. That was the beginning, and that was the link I would like to establish with the skills development and skills requirement. And what we call ourselves till the university formation was an entity providing key skills to civil engineering discipline and helping infrastructure sector to grow, to deliver project on time, on budget, and on schedule. That was the basic purpose and the foundation of that. And on that premise, I would be very happy to share with you that NICMAR is not only the top institution in the country in terms of employability, but I can very proudly say that it can be, if benchmarked, it is globally one of the best institution in employability as far as construction project management professionals are concerned. I would be very happy to share that the students or the graduates who comes to NICMAR and then graduate, they get an employment picked up by the major infrastructure companies or the industry employers even before they graduate, and the employability has been almost 100% year-on-year basis. So this is the importance of providing the industry relevant curriculum and addressing those skills gap which are needed, and why we are important in the new, Viksit Bharat dialogue of the national government, because infrastructure, construction, real estate is the second largest contributor to the GDP of the country. And it is the second highest employer as well in the country. We don't see this as a major aspect when there's ITES is in the system, but definitely this is the fact that construction, infrastructure, project management, these are the skills which are needed to fill the second highest employer in the construction sector or in the country. Also, it is one of the highest FDI attractor as far as foreign direct investments are concerned. So this sector, I would like to say, is very, very significant, very important, and it has got lots of skills gap. There are opportunities from the lower level skills to the highest graduates of management, project management. In this particular sector, there is a skills gap at all levels. If you remember, one of the senior executive of biggest large infrastructure company, Larsen & Toubro, was talking about that there are, in this one organization, there are about 25 to 30,000 people needed to manage the kind of the order book they have got in their hands. That's where we are, standing here in an exciting phase, and I would like to, highlight this sector as well, that in order to be developed country, in order to be Viksit, we need infrastructure. And infrastructure, the quality of infrastructure is so important, and if we don't have qualified professionals and the skilled manpower, the projects will not be delivered on time, there will be issues of health and safety, issues of delays, etc. You might be seeing in many infrastructure projects in and around your cities as well. So this is very exciting phase, and it is an exciting phase when Prime Minister Modi only 2 days ago in his address is talking about skilling and reskilling, which one of the presenter talked about. And also in a recent past, only last week, Ministry of Skills Development has allocated almost 8,800 crores in Skill India program as well. What it tells national government's intent in order to give boost to the skilling programs and in order to fill the gap for us in those industries where these skills will be absorbed. Also, given that skills development is very much related to economic growth indirectly, because if they participate into workforce and also lead to lead to participation into the projects and into the employment. It will definitely affect the economic development. And we are talking about 5 trillion economy, and we are talking about state economy as well. This is one of the really key driver we need to address. And I'm really happy and thankful to Rajesh Ji as well that you have come to our doorstep basically, and we haven't needed to go to Delhi or somewhere else. And I would like to see more and more of these initiatives and dialogues, maybe even in a smaller gatherings and or even a focused sector specific areas that will really give a fillip to the mindset, to the and there is no dearth of the target audience and the kind of skill which are needed, the employers. It is the match which we need to really make, and that need to happen with the right kind of skills. I was very recently speaking at a forum where you see those construction equipment machineries. You see lots of cranes and high-tech machineries in construction projects, shifting girders or lifting heavy-duty beams, or even the digging machineries. These are getting very high-tech. Every machine cost about 2 crores, 1 to 2 crores as a cost, and the operator there is a very technical person actually handling a computer on board. They are no less than a computer desk or a workstation, because that has got an onboard computer which talks about or takes the data and calculate what is happening in terms of the fuel consumption or the work done or the calculation of quantities, etc., or how much millimeter the things need to be shifted. These are done very precisely. And they are feeling a shortage of, they need about 15 lakh workforce in those operating those machines, and there are hardly 70,000 available. You can see the gap, and this is only one sector. I'm referring to construction and infrastructure. So this is the kind of skills gap. We see a lot of our people around us unemployed, but I think given some training, some skilling in operator, 15 lakh is a large number country-wise, and we only have 70,000. So there is so much requirement. Finally, I would like to connect back to the educational institutions where I primarily come from. It is our responsibility as well in order to make the curriculum which is industry ready, which is industry skill focus, rather than going by the education system which has been degree awarding system or a diploma awarding system, because those degrees and diplomas, they don't mean anything. As we hear a lot of news items talking about our MBA graduates are highly unemployable, or our engineers are not able to work on site. It is the now time to provide more and more skills and embed those into the curriculum. What Dr. Indu Sahni was talking about, that rover project, this is the real work and real degree what people will be actually looking at, and they will be successful. So universities have got a responsibility to embed and come up with innovative curriculum, innovative way of providing skills within the framework of the system of the regulators as well. And this is the future. And I think more and more universities should participate into these kind of programs and craft those industry relevant, employability relevant, and the skills relevant curriculum. With these words, I guess we are having quite an interesting session, lined up, discussing about the future of skills. There is a panel discussion, after some time, and we will be really, looking forward to hearing, people's real practical insights and how some of these enablers can be activated, and we achieve our ambition and mission of skilling India and be a developed economy by 2047. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for that informative address. Now we move on to the first panel session of this summit, which is on Skill Development 360, Empowering India's Workforce. I'd like to invite all the speakers and moderator on the stage, starting with the moderator, Mr. Nitin Kapoor, Vice President, NSDC. A round of applause for all of them, please. Mr. Philip George, Senior Manager, Toyota Learning and Development India. Ms. Deepika Goyal, Senior Manager, Lender Hand. Mr. Mohammad Badran, Head of Projects, GIZ. Retired Colonel Anil Kumar Pokhriyal, CEO, Management, Entrepreneurship and Professional Skills Council. Ms. Arshi Khandelwal, Director, Social and Environmental Welfare Association of Khilchipur. And Mr. Ravindra Nais, the Chief Operating Officer, Ambuja Foundation. Would request all of you to please take your seats. Would request everyone to please take your seats, and I hand over the mic to Mr. Nitin Kapoor, the moderator of this session.
Good afternoon. Welcome to this discussion on skill development 360, empowering India's workforce. You know, sometimes as a panelist, when you look around and you see a distinguished panel, you start to ask yourself, is my job easier now or has it turned tougher? But I'm expecting this to be quite interesting from a perspective that each one of them represents a different sector. They bring in different set of experience and learning, and more importantly, somewhere skill and skill development is part of their central focus commitment to the larger thing. So let me quickly introduce the panel and then we set this rolling. Mr. Philip George, Senior Manager, Toyota Learning Development India. Let's give him a round of applause. Welcome him. Mr. Mohammad Badran, Head of Project, GIZ. Colonel Anil Kumar Pokhriyal, CEO, Management and Entrepreneurship and Professional Skills Council. Deepika Goyal, Lender Hand, India. Mr. Ravindra Nais, Chief Operating Officer, Ambuja Foundation. Last but not the least, Arshi Khandelwal. She is the Director, Social and Environmental Welfare Association of Khilchipur. Did I get that right? Thank you. So, you know, every time we speak of skill, and I'll quickly go back to what Hon'ble Minister said. Sir kind of recalled from his learning days, and he said different skills that he picked up as a student. It reminded me of my SUPW classes. Some of you may relate to this, some may not. There actually used to be SUPW classes when we were growing up. Kahan disappear ho gaye pata nahi. And today, interestingly, of course, in a new avatar with lot of technology-driven initiatives coming in, somewhere we are talking of getting those skill things back right at an early stage in trend. But let's kick this off straight away. When we look at strengthening the skilling ecosystem, and this is across to the panel, of course, I'll try pulling this amongst each other on a regular basis. But when we look at skill development ecosystem with a focus on quality and sustainability of the training programs, let's start from there to build this conversation up. Anilji, if I can start with you, what is your thought on the entire skill development ecosystem today and the initiatives that we are looking from a focus, very clear focus on quality and sustainability today?
Thank you, Nitin. This is a very insightful question, seemingly a very simple statement, quality and sustainability. But let me just take it back. This is a topic which the previous panelists, including the Honorable Minister, also mentioned and alluded to. This is something which is so very important and has been so very rightly pointed out only yesterday by the Honorable Prime Minister in his Pariksha Pe Charcha. When he mentioned degrees are definitely valuable, but then skill is sustainable, and skill is something which has got no parallel. And all our panelists in the inaugural session also mentioned it is only the skills, the hands-on skills, which will actually take you far. The degrees will probably get you the job for the first time, but then skills will probably ensure your retention in the job and your progression in the job, and that is only ensured by the quality. And that is exactly the aim of this government of the day, since they were the first one to come up in 2014 with the Department of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship. The entire focus was to, if we have to become the Viksit Bharat in 2047, then firstly we should have the policies straight from the top, and then there has to be an ecosystem which we all are part of, Nitin, me, and all of them in some parts. What they ensured was there was the ministry at the apex level, then there is a skills regulator, again to ensure quality and sustainability in all the skilling which has been done. And it has to be something sustainable, relevant and progressive, not only for the manufacturing sector but services also. When we talk of 360 degrees, it is something which is starting right from the schools and the preschools. The founding chancellor of Maharashtra State Skills Development Mission, Ms. Apurva, also mentioned the national education policy has now creditized right from your preschools till doctorate level. You get credit for anything and everything, and that is towards the quality enhancement and ensuring the sustainability of it. From the preschool, you start accumulating your credits. The lifelong learning has been ensured, again a qualitative and sustainability issue from the national education policy, which is what has ensured that there is multiple entry and multiple exit schemes. Gone are the days when somebody who has dropped out from the formal education system cannot come back and cannot complete his or her education or degrees or diplomas to that effect. Now there are provisions institutionalized wherein the UGC, AICT, the Skill Development Ministry and the Skills Regulator, that is the NCVT, has come up to ensure quality and creditization for each and every course you do throughout your life. And that is something is towards the sustainability and quality education.
Thank you. This sets the ball rolling. Thank you for bringing in the education policy, and also as we get here, I just quickly want to bring in the two industry representations. Ravindra, I'm coming to you first, and then Philip, I would get your point. And two very unique industries placed well as industry leaders in your spaces. How are you looking at things from a quality and scalability perspective at Ambuja? And I'll put the same question then to you, Philip, from a Toyota perspective. First to you, Ravindra, please.
Thank you. Good morning and warm welcome wishes to all of you. See, the question which Mr. Nitin has posed, see how we are looking at this sustainability of the skilling model. In Ambuja Foundation, we started skilling as a special program way back in 2006. That time we were having only 2 institutes. and it was an experiment for us. When we started that time, there was a tremendous pressure of employment from our surrounding area, surrounding villages. Since company has come up and people were having aspirations to join the company, so there was a pressure. At the same time, the eligibility of these youths are not matching with the job available in the company. And there is a largely skill gap. Skill gap not in the point, from knowledge point of view, but attitude point of view was also there. So people actually getting carried away कि हम company में जाएंगे, काम करेंगे, नहीं भी करेंगे, तो we will get the remuneration. So in doing so, because we were having other activities also, CSR activities, where we are working with the community, and we have developed that niche with the community, that what exactly development means, how can they build their own capacity, how can they involve in the process of the development. And this program started that time. We were also having a dialogue with the community that it's not only a training, it will not be an education. Let us first understand, it will be a transformation of your lifestyle. So through skilling, once you get into the program, you will not be taught how to do the electrician, or how to do the mason, or how to do the welding and all those things, but you will have to be a good workman also. And for that purpose, your attitude has to build that way. And it's not only the student who has to get involved in this process, it's his peers, his friends, colleagues, family members, and the community leaders in that area should also get involved into this process. So we were having continuous dialogue with the community. We were apprising them what is happening in our institute, what is their role, why that student has to come daily at a particular time, maintain the discipline of the institute, and why it is necessary. Because the certificate which after skilling can able to give him a job, but if he wanted to retain in the job, so he has to have the soft skill, he has to have that personality, he has to have a work culture into it. So then only he can retain in the job, and his career progression will be actually mapped according to that. So when we started, it takes a lot of time, let me tell you. So initially we failed, we have tried some different models, community was not responding, there were a lot of indiscipline, students are not coming, we are not getting trainers also, because our institutes are located in remote areas, in villages, where there is always a scarcity of good teachers, professionals, and nobody wanted to come into that area. So we were having double challenge to convince the students, their parents, and the community. At the same time, the professional also has to be convinced that you come to this place and try this or get involved into this process. So in 2015, we got a click that this short duration courses and the model which has been evolved is working very good, and we then established by that time 15 institutes, and then this process start. Then we open up this, and we were not limited to in Ambuja geography, but we also gone beyond that, and we have developed partnerships. We involve other like-minded people into this process and ask them to participate in this initiative and understand this model and try to replicate that model into their area. And
just because I just want to build this up, I'll come back to you very specifically on your model style in a moment. I just want to first get the early thoughts around the whole idea of quality and scalability. So I'm just holding you on to this.
Okay.
Please. But I'll come back to get details on your model. Philip.
Yeah. So good morning. Thanks to FICCI for inviting. So I am from Toyota Kirloskar Motor. We make vehicles. We have our factory in Bangalore. We are based out of Karnataka. And happy to tell you that we are going to be in Maharashtra very soon. So we have taken land in Sambhajinagar, Chhatrapati Sambhajinagar, and very soon, in a couple of years, we will be having a plant in Maharashtra. Nitin, I would like to start with a statement. I just want to understand from the audience what they think about it. The statement is industry is the consumer, student is the end product. How many of you agree with it? Industry is the consumer, student is the end product. How many of you agree with it? Just raise your hands.
Philip, just a caution here. If you put them to test, be prepared. The Q&A session will start with you. Just on a lighter note, go ahead. Please.
Yeah, so I don't know your opinion about it. Being from the industry, I think we are expecting too much from the students and the academia. They do have a part, they do have a role, but I think industry has a bigger role to play. You cannot expect an end product in the industry. Now, in Karnataka also, when we started, we never expected an end product. And even now, we are not expecting an end product from the ITIs, because there are a lot of challenges, a lot of work is going on, a lot of initiatives have been happening. Now, I will compare the student as a clay. You know what is clay? The industry is looking, what qualities you look in a clay? It has to be elastic. It has to, once you fire it, or you should be able to mold it, you should be able to fire it. It should not be having too much of absorption. So these are the qualities you look for something in clay. So I also look like students act like clay. The industry is looking for good quality clay. And once we get good quality clay, the industry has the responsibility of molding them and making them into a sculpture. All skills, everything is there, which we have to give it. As a student, what we look, even what sir was telling, he was not talking about anything about the skill. He never referred to anything like that. He was talking about discipline, industrial culture, understanding that. So what we look in a student is professionalism, adaptability, eagerness to learn, very important, communication skills and problem solving skills. Then comes the skilling part of it. Skilling also, we are not looking that they should just come and start making the vehicles in our factory. For that, the industry has a responsibility, and a lot of industrial people are there. You should be agreeing with me that we have a role to develop them for what we need in the industry. With this, I will just give it back to Nitin. Yeah.
Thank you. Like I said, the idea right now is to get different thoughts from different representations. Moving on to Arshi, trying to understand the same point around quality and scalability from the work that she leads through a foundation and at a social level. Please.
If we talk about the quality and the sustainability of things, I think in India we have the power, we have the man force with us. A lot of population is a drawback and a very good, I would say that this is a power for our country, that we have so many people with us. It's not easy for any country to handle these many people together. If we are having that, I mean, the skills is important. If we look at the skill development things, I think skilling, there are many people in the industry who are already skilled. Like, for an example, carpenter, or maybe a painter, or maybe an electrician, anybody, right? But then equipping them more with soft skills will lead them to getting better jobs, getting better opportunities for them, getting better recognition for them. Because now what we have is the skilled, there are people who are already skilled in the area. Already there are people who have hands-on experience on things. But one thing which is missing in most of the people is soft skills. I think working on most of the soft skills and this, so basically having RPL programs and everything like that would enhance the employability of the people.
Thank you. Moving to Mr. Mohammed Badran, your thoughts on quality and scalability? I'm just capturing initial thoughts and then we'll start building on this.
Sure. Thank you, first of all, Mr. Nitin, for the invitation and for FICCI. Let me start from this 360-degree point and how we at GIZ or as a German corporate look on these topics. And as Germany see TVET or skilling as a major export service of the German government or of the German economy as such, because it is a major driver. And without skilling in Germany, there would not have been, let's say, this industry and there would not have been, let's say, this export of technologies all over the world. So skilling is the basis of all industrial development in Germany. And we believe very much in this cooperative vocational education. So the relationship between a student and a company from the beginning, we don't look so much into the ITI systems or the vocational training institutions. Of course, they have an important role when it comes to the theoretical points, etc. But we very much believe in this relationship between student and company. And from the first day in Germany, for example, you have the students are joining the labor market. It is a very strong connection. From the first day they are employees in the labor market, a 16-year-old girl or boy. So so this is for our point of view, it's a basis, because here the whole real skilling happens. It's not so much written in the books, it's written more, or you are feeling it more with your hand, and this is the important thing. A second point, which is very important for us, where we are always looking into, is the point of inclusiveness. So we are trying as much as possible, and especially here in India, we are very much concentrating on having inclusive training, which means the same share of girls and boys participating in even in non-traditional jobs. Often it is what we are having is that we are looking, okay, this is a job for a boy, this is a job for a girl, etc. We very much believe in order to achieve innovation and in order to progress, we should somehow have an inclusive workspace. We have, this is at the company level, at the ITI level, etc. And we are working very strong also here in Maharashtra. We are trying in different locations to identify how we can improve that, how we can progress in that point. And last but not least, before maybe also to give the time for the others, very much, of course, green skills is the future. We know it from Germany, for example, that these companies which are working more towards sustainable industries, they are more successful, likely to be more successful. So we need to educate our students or to also to support the sector in general. If it is an industry which is, for example, petrochemical, what can we do even in these industries in order to make them more green? So we are very, very much happy to cooperate with everyone here and to find the ways how we can cooperate better in the future.
Thank you. Just as we bring a loop to this, moving to you, Deepika, from a perspective, what are the focus areas for all of you at Lend a Hand India when it comes to quality and scalability?
As you already introduced me, that I come from Lend a Hand India. Just quickly giving the introduction of the organization, we have been working since last 17 years in the space of vocational education, and primarily our work is with the state Samagra Shiksha Vocational Education Department, where we work as a project management unit to help them implementing vocational education in schools. So while since morning I've been hearing a lot of industry and the university side, I was very happy that, okay, I'll be representing the school education ecosystem side as well. Before answering the question, I'm just remembering few lines from our former education secretary, Mr. Anil Swarup sir. He says that any idea to make it happen and to make it sustainable, it has to be politically acceptable, socially desirable, technologically feasible, financially viable, judicially tenable, emotionally relatable, and environmentally sustainable. I take 3 points from here and tell you what we think about the scale and quality. Because especially in our case, since the inception of the organization, we had thought that to implement skill education or vocational education at scale, we need to work with government. There is no other way to make it happen. So that's how we think about the scale, that how to take it there. Now when we think about quality, how do we define quality and what are we trying to achieve when we are saying quality? Like quality of implementation, quality of monitoring, quality of training, how are we looking at that? So of course there is some work happening on that piece as well, and I'll talk more on that regard when we speak.
Thank you. Thank you everyone for the initial thought. It was important to put this in context as we build on this now. In my role at NSDC, one key aspect for me as head of academy is to be the enabler and play the bridge gap to bring academia, industry, EdTech, skill players, everyone together just for a lighter moment, say at the same table, which is very difficult. But the idea is to bring all of them together and then let's see what magic can we all create. This is a point where I will also actually go back to Ravindraji. I requested him that moment to stop, but you know, when he was speaking, he had just started to say how these initiatives are going beyond Ambuja's own focus area, and that's where I requested him. I would now go back to him to begin this with one writer that I get every time I interact with industry, which is, Nitin, aap log kuch bhi karo, we still need 100 days to get them ready for the role. And I'm posing this now as a big question to everyone here, that when I go and meet, this is one statement that comes very regularly from the industry saying, so maybe that can be an interesting point to start with, and I'm coming back to you now, Ravindraji, with some input on your model and as you were saying, how it's going beyond Ambuja, and then we can loop others in to this conversation.
Yeah, I think industries are very right at their end. If I am an industrialist, I wanted to employ somebody, so I definitely want that person to get trained in my system and processes. But 100 days can be managed, and that can be managed by involving those potential industrialists into this training process. How to do that, what will be their stake, what will be their inputs, and what is the benefit they can draw from it, that all has to be negotiated, decided, and we both has to be agreed upon. See, ultimately, somebody was saying, the product which are coming out of these skill training institutes are maximum benefit is going to the industries. Because see, whatever the salaries or income or livelihood the trainees or youths are getting, that is a bonus. These workforce are effectively, efficiently working with the industry, then industries can build business on their presence or on their capacities. So in my opinion, if we wanted to develop a model, and in Ambuja we have done that, that's why we have got lot many partners with us. Now we have 45 training institutes with many corporate partners. And the first thing what we do, and that we learn over a period of time, we first catch hold of the industries and understand their requirement and ask them to get involved into our process by any means. If we wanted to incur cost on that, we are ready to do that. Once they get convinced that whatever skill force or the youths coming out of these institutes are fitting into our jobs, then definitely this 100 days can be easily managed. That is what I think.
Thank you so much. Anilji, coming to you, you represent the Sector Skill Council. There is a lot of industry collaboration and industry work that all of you do at Sector Skills. How would you look at this need? I'm just wanting the conversation now to build on the point that Ravindraji said, and which is we can get industry involved into the scaling process much earlier. So what are your thoughts on this?
Yeah, thank you. So now it gives me an opportunity to tell me about my organization and my work. I'm heading a sector skill council into management, entrepreneurship and professional skills. And in that sense, it is a horizontal sector skill council, which is cutting across all the sectors of manufacturing, services. And what is this concept? When I told you in my previous opening remarks, at the apex level, there is a Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship. And then there is a skills regulator, that is National Council of Vocational Education and Training. Now, under that, NSDC, which Nitin Kapoor is representing today, is the implementing arm of the Government of India. So National Skills Development Corporation was the first entity which came up as a public-private partnership under this government's PPP mode, a path-breaking concept and initiative almost about 13-14 years back. NSDC then started engaging with the industry associations like FICCI, CII, SOCHAM, My Promoter All India Management Association, and started creating industry nodal bodies who will be representing their respective sectors and industries. Now, there are 37 sector skill councils, which are mostly vertical, like healthcare is there, like gems and jewelry is there, paints and coating, like construction skill council. NICMAR was being presented previously, which is primarily catering to that sector. Now, those sector skill councils are the representative of their sector, and it is being governed by the industry leaders and professionals in their board. The first thing what sector skill councils does is, since they are the nodal agency and they are representing the industry bodies of their respective sectors, so we start off with the needs of the sector felt by the industry. So all the employers, all our job roles, which are in the HR parlance are called as job description, they are derived from the needs of the employers from the industry, and then we prepare that qualification. That qualification has been prepared for the industry, by the industry, with their involvement, and what we develop that qualification is the requirement for the candidates and the beneficiaries to learn only those output competencies, skill competencies which are required on the shop floor or on the job. Once we do that, there is also a requirement of the subject matter experts coming in from the industry and the sector, and there is a very close coordination wherein the training of trainers, the practitioners come in, the subject matter experts are involved, and they train the trainers which are required to train the future employees in their respective sectors. After that, there is also a very close coordination for the apprenticeship. There is very close coordination which has been done with all the employers of their respective sector skill council for multiple issues on skill development and making it very industry relevant at all points of time. So that is the kind of work which sector skill councils do on a routine basis.
Thank you, Anilji. Philip, coming back to you. So a lot of people here may not be aware, but TATA also supports the whole world skill action that we do, and World Skills is almost like Olympics for some of us who may not be aware of this, and India did extremely well this time. Philip, coming to you now, more from a industry standpoint, when we look at the whole skill development, empowerment, looking into the India workforce and that dynamics.
Okay, Nitin, when it comes to skill development, in Toyota, when we started in 1998, we took some time to understand that the industry has a big role. And Toyota partnered with Kirloskar. Happy to hear Minister talking about Kirloskar also today. Both these companies has a lot of focus on skilling. And somewhere in 2007 is when we made a technical institute within our campus. What we do is that we take students from the rural market, rural Karnataka, from all over Karnataka. We have to stick to Karnataka for a reason, you know that. And we bring them to our technical institute. It's a residential place. The numbers will be very less, but numbers are like now 1,000, 1,200 intake is there every year. And we develop them in our technical institute. So like what they said, like 100 days, I don't give a time to that 100 days. But rather it is like they come to our institute, they stay in our institute, they have come from very economically challenged background, and we change their life. They are put in the plant where they can work and learn and also earn. So that is the most important model which we have followed. They have to get some kind of a stipend enough to show their parents that some amount of dependency can be there on the industry. Apart from that, we take a lot of students through the FLEXI MOU. That is we call it the Toyota Kaushalya, wherein it is the apprenticeship NAP, which Minister was also talking about, wherein we train the students for 3 months in the classroom. After that, they are in the plant. Third model, what we do is the Apprenticeship Act, which we use in a very effective way. 15% to 25% of the manforce is from apprenticeship. Now, many people will say that after 1 year, you send them out. Okay, but we are sending employable people out into the market. So that is the most important thing. So we have been like 5,000 students every year come out from Toyota with a lot of skills, and they are in the market available for other industries.
Thanks, Philip. NAPS, of course, we'll bring that back into the conversation in a short while. Coming to you, Deepika, you mentioned Samagra Shiksha, so I'll bring that piece in. How do you see skilling at that early age, at a K-12 level? Also keeping in mind that at the end, we are looking at that industry relevance to some extent. Of course, not undermining entrepreneurship in any manner. It's just that for the sake of conversation, we are holding ourselves to it. Yeah.
No, I'm glad you mentioned about the industry relevance as well, because that's the entire idea of bringing skill education at the early age that, and beautifully as Philip mentioned already about the clay, right? Like how do you mold it? How do you provide more inputs so that you can actually get a good product? So introducing skilling at the early age is important so that students get exposure of variety of sectors, and they are not making career choices just out of like what other people are saying, what my friend is following, but actually after having an exposure, after going through those experiences. And many people spoke about National Education Policy 2020. We are working on that as well. I am one of the committee members who are working very closely on development of the content. So even National Education Policy have introduced skill education at very early age. From grade 6 onward, it's going to be compulsory, like any other subject. 110 hours have been allocated in school curriculum. Grade 9 and 10, it is going to be multi-sector approach. So in grade 9 and 10, students will go through a variety of sectors. And that addresses to one of the point where we were talking about, I think Mohammed mentioned about girls getting non-traditional roles exposure. How would they get it? Currently, in one skill, it is not happening. We have state review calls, and it is very disheartening to see that beauty and wellness, you will see 1,000 girls and 20 boys. Automotive, the picture is different. Unless you provide those kind of exposure at the early age, our students would not know that what kind of sectors they need to go to. And hence, I'm very happy that in grade 9 and 10, especially if you provide that kind of exposure, by the time they are in 11th, they would be able to understand that what kind of career path I want to choose. Now bringing the industry element, and I think we were in some conversation earlier, Philip, and we are working with other industries as well, that to work, for example, on the content of automotive, we should speak to Toyota. To develop a content for finance, we are already working with Bajaj Finserv. To develop a content, for example, mechatronics or electronics, we should speak to Bosch. So this is how the industry relevance and industry participation is happening now. It started happening now. And that's how even the students would be ready. They may not be like highly skilled, but they understand the sector. They understand the nitty-gritty of it. They develop the interest. So once they develop the interest, then only they will be able to say that I want to get more skill in this specific sector.
Thank you, Deepika. Also interesting that we speak about the need to break the predictable norms, saying the predictable paths on how we want to look and approach scaling. Mohammed, coming to you, you had spoken about this thing even in your inaugural piece about the gender part and then looking at the skill from a workforce perspective. Would you like to elaborate more on it now?
Yes, sure. Happy to do so. But one point which I just wanted to build on what my speakers just mentioned is the point of, let's say, starting early so vocational training or skilling is nothing bad. You know, it is something very valuable, and I think we need to work with the society also a little bit in order to make that that students from the beginning or in schools get this exposure to different options. It's not important to be a doctor or an engineer. Do what you like to do or where you feel you are where you are strong in. And it's not only for the rural areas, it can be also for urban areas. Yeah, so it can be also a son of a doctor could also be a carpenter at the end. Why not? What is the problem about that? You know, and to break that barrier, I think it's important, and this will help also again in order to open it up. And I'm coming to this question, what you mentioned. So this will open it up. It's not a shame for a girl or for a boy, and especially now we have the opportunity. We have now sectors which are coming up. They are new, and it is possible to transform a little bit the thinking. When we are looking into electromobility, when you are going to huge enterprises in India, Tata Motors in Pune, for example, you have a complete shop floor only operated by girls and women. Why not? What is the problem? It is possible. There is maybe minor adjustments can be done, and it is possible, you know. And this is now the right time. We're having AI, we're having new technologies coming up, and this is the right time to transform the thinking a little bit in the society, in the ITI system, but also in the companies, in order to absorb more and to work more, more inclusive.
Thank you. Archie, you and your team, of course, is in the heart of social transformation as you work around skilling also. How do you see this conversation from an industry perspective in that parlance, when you work within a social transformation need? So how important is bringing in the industry relevance even there?
Industry relevancy is very important because whenever we work, whenever we give skill to anybody or to any participants or to any people in our society, which is, the one thing which is very important is the relevancy of the industry, where a candidate is going to work, or an individual is going to work, or a graduate is going to work. If we look at today's statistics, more than 47% of graduates are not even employable. And that is because they don't have relevant industry skills. So if I say that I am a graduate from, I am an IT graduate, but then if I look at the real scenario, I think that most of the people who graduate are not even employable. And this is the reason why they need reskilling from outside, and they need hands-on training, and they need some institutions like government institutions, or maybe the institutions like us or anybody who can support them and who can bring in that knowledge, that hands-on experience for them to be ready for the industry and be ready for the future.
Thank you. You know, when I look at the gathering here, I see a lot of our partners, and when I say our partners, I'm not only just referring to NSDC, a lot of us have a lot of our partners sitting here, and that is what makes this very integrated in that respect. A lot of initiatives today that some of us are doing collectively in select zones are getting academia, industry, last mile implementers all together, thanks to one, the skilling initiatives, the push which is coming from the government, and of course how the national education policy now is supporting. The playgrounds changed, if I put it that way. Having said that, a lot of conversations when I catch up on network piece even now since morning is, Nitin, how can we scale this up? And I am keeping that we as everyone here, and not just restricting to whoever is having that conversation. What really is required from all of us, and I'll bring this question to the panel after this, is how can all of us also look beyond where we are already placed, where we are already performing and working. An initiative like this, when FICCI brings across, is also keeping in mind how can we now really take it to the next level or next scale of operations. Keeping that in mind, I'm bringing in Industry 4.0 as the next thought around. Ever since the panel discussion started, I'm looking at it thinking it might suddenly decide to participate and jump in. But one thing which is very exciting is the Made in India and the tricolor right on it, which makes it very, very exciting from that perspective. And maybe that could be the start of Industry 4.0 conversation. I can just share with you that yesterday I was part of an international partnership that happened where Tier 4 autonomous Japanese companies come into India. We're bringing it in to see how we can work across the sectors. And I'm just putting this example, one example up, because it's less than 24 hours, just to let you know it's happening by the hour. On that note, Philip, I'm coming to you first. You're closest to the robber there on your right-hand side. Relevance and importance of Industry 4.0. How ready are we, or is it just a conversation at the moment?
I think it's not just a conversation, a lot of activity happening. And thanks to this skill council being made, and for any area you can approach somebody. So we work a lot with the ASDC, Arindam Lahiri-san. We work with electronics skill council also. So it is not like being an auto industry, we just work with the ASDC only. We work with many because Industry 4.0 is required for us also. Now coming to the mechatronics part of the Industry 4.0, where mechatronics plays a major role. We also have that stream in our technical education. But what we can see is that it's going to be the most important thing. We developed just maybe 20 students in our institute for mechatronics. And in the plant, the kind of requirement is like more than 100. And we try to take people from everywhere for mechatronics so that they can run the plant, Industry 4.0 point of view. Another thing is that when you look at Toyota, what happens in India, we make vehicles. Who makes the design of the vehicles, who develops them? It happens outside, okay? And who is guiding us? The Japanese is guiding us. Now, Toyota is thinking like, why can't that happen within India also? Now we are having a lot of conversation with Toyota Motor Corporation. Many visitors are coming. We are happy that they have the faith in India. And they see that the students, not even at the engineering level, What we are trying to do is that even at our ITI in Toyota, we are trying to develop students who can work for them in developing the vehicles, designing the vehicles and developing the vehicles and working on the future defined vehicles, autonomous, things like that. So that's the kind of changes happening. Industry 4.0 is there, definitely. We are going beyond that, and we should be ready for that.
Thank you. Anilji, coming to you, Philip also mentioned about his associations and partnership with Sector Skills. What are some of the initiatives that you are right now taking from an Industry 4.0 perspective?
Like Philip just mentioned, a lot of work has been going on in all the sector skill councils, which are primarily into the manufacturing sector. And this is something which has been taken up very seriously. And the start point, like you just mentioned, is also the World Skills, which is the Oscars or the Olympics of the skills across the world. And India has been winning in mechatronics. I'm sure Philip will be aware about it. Many of our young students from Tier 2, Tier 3 universities and colleges have won medallions in these world skills. And this is something which is being very close coordination with the sector skill councils, with the training center being embedded right into the industries and workshop flows. These students are getting those kind of experiential learning, hands-on experiences, and the opportunities to develop the world-class products, and a lot of research which has been going on. So there is a very close handshake which has happened with the sector skill councils, which are primarily into the manufacturing sector, for the success of this and imbibing this culture of Industry 4.0 in a very, very close coordinated manner.
Just to add, Nitin, on the world skill part of it. Sir, you brought the right point. The world skill is a forum where we can learn a lot of things. The way the curriculum changes there, like every year they review those things.
True.
The association with the industry experts, my colleagues, they represent mechatronics for the world skill and all. So they are discussing with them what needs to change every year. And it happens once in 2 years, next I think in China. So they are preparing right now. Who is going to the certification person? What is the new technology they have to bring in? What is the curriculum change? What is the contest change they have to bring in? So a lot of things can be learned from the world skill part of it.
Just because we are at it, I take this opportunity on behalf of the World Skill team which is working at it. There's a plan to set up a lot of World Skill academies. All interest from the industry would be welcome. But I'll leave it there for a different conversation. Coming to you, Ravindraji, at Ambuja, how are you looking at Industry 4.0 and what are some of the initiatives currently?
Yeah, in the coming future, we are looking at more and more association with many players who are associated with the industries from our supply chain, logistics and all. How can we involve them in this process so that whatever model which we have developed over a period of time, they can adopt it so that we can address the scale. At the same time, we will like to invite their inputs into this process to deliver quality, to deliver, to aim at the sustainability, and at the same time, how can we become a facilitator for actually scaling up this initiative, not only limited to skilling only, but in other development activities as well.
Thank you, sir. Arshi, importance of Industry 4.0 for all the work and initiatives that you are doing.
If we look at the future, I think AI, automation learning and machine learning, data security, all these things are very crucial. If it is said that the next war would be the war on data, right? So data security and all these things, technology is very, very important. Our institution is also focused on doing this. We have this model with us, we have this initiative AI, which we called Aspirational India in our terms. So in this, we are trying to accommodate and train as many people as possible in the upskilling of people, basically the people who are graduates, the people who have the understanding of ITs and who have the prior understanding. We want them to have the better experience, and we want them to have the hands-on training on it. And if we look at it, so in the past 6 years, we have given training to 79,000 people, out of which we have employed 72% of our candidates. So we have all the knowledge, and we know that the people are coming from all the sectors. People require skills from all the sectors. It is not required that the people are only who are not graduates, who are not educated needed, but the people who are already skilled and are into the jobs will need it. In the future, upskilling would be really important, as the working age population would be peaking on by 2030. So it is very much required for everybody to be upskilling.
You know, gone are the days when we would say something reflecting on our CV 10 years, 12 years back continues to hold that focal point. It's no longer a luxury, it's almost become like a necessity. You need to continuously upskill yourself and always be on the lookout and saying, what more can I add to where I am today? So that's a key point you make. Mohammed, the importance of Industry 4.0.
For our work, it's very important, and I'm also happy that my colleagues from the IGNITE project, Usha Ganesh is here, and Mr. Tarun also. They are working on, so the IGNITE project, which is implemented with Siemens, for example, is putting a very strong focus on Industry 4.0, where we have robotics, where we have automation, where we try to include AI into the curriculum and so on. Another point, and this project is implemented very successfully since 5 years, and the demand for it is increasing more and more, and it is so much so that so you could imagine that skilled workforce working in that field are all over the world very much demanded. So we were requested also by our ministry, our commissioning, or our political partner, the MSDE, Ministry of Skills Development and Entrepreneurship, to look also into the topic of, it goes now a little bit in another direction, but to look also into the topic of how skilled workforce can go to Germany or to Europe. Yes, so, and especially, and these are the jobs which are so much required also in Europe currently, and the competition for these people will be more and more in the future, but we are our argument is always we need these people to stay in India, because this is the revolution in India the industrial revolution has to happen in India, of course, but we are doing already. We are working currently also, just to say one last sentence, we are working on benchmarks. We are trying to look into the different occupational standards and these different job profiles, and try to learn what is there in Germany, what we can bring here, not only in Germany, also we are cooperating with Australia and the region to have, let's say, standardized curricula somehow for this mobility of workforce for the future.
You make a very important point, demographic dividend being our strength. Honorable Prime Minister also puts that very fondly every time, and he wants to see India the skill capital of the world. For paucity of time, I'll probably pick this up with you. There's lots that I have to share on what's happening on that front. Deepika, coming to you, your thought on Industry 4.0.
Okay, so since I represent education, I would speak from the point of view, the readiness for Industry 4.0, right? So there are two things I want to mention here. One is the technology. We have been speaking about AI a lot. it cannot be taught separately according to us. It has to be integrated with whatever we are teaching to our student, be it math, science, or even the skills subjects. As I mentioned earlier, that in grade 9 and 10, students are going to get, and very happy to share, by the way, that Maharashtra is one of the first states, because we are talking about West skill. Maharashtra is one of the first states who have already released state curricular framework, which already states that students will go through multi-sector approach, where the integration of technology is also happening. Like along with healthcare, agriculture, gardening, students would also be learning coding, AI as well, right? So that is one place to integrate, like as a subject. Also, the other is when we are talking about technology, it is not only as a subject for students to learn, but a lot of technology can be utilized in terms of delivery, in terms of assessment, in terms of monitoring. The other day we were just looking at like how we can do assessment using AI. So we clicked a picture where a student is measuring blood pressure of another student as a part of their practical, and then we put that on Gemini and asked that what is the assessment of this picture. It really gave very, very detailed this thing. That's a beginning, I know, but a lot can happen even in that space. So I think we need to look at it from that lens in terms of integrating technology and AI. Second, in terms of readiness for the industries, a lot of tech-related conversation is going on, but again, speaking about internship in grade 11 and 12, like again high school students going for internship, and how do we utilize the power of unorganized sector even for the readiness of these students is something we need to look at. We have been working on it since last 7-8 years. Now in 12 states, students are going for internship, like about 60,000 students every year go for internships, and there then in terms of like how do you report things, how do you report your safety is something we are integrating in terms of technology. So I feel that early exposure again in terms of like how I can use technology for my learning and for delivery is something we need to think about.
Thank you. Thank you everyone. You know, this can go on. It's such a subject which is so dear to each one of us. We can keep building on this. But we want to take this opportunity to open it up to the House. Any questions that we may have, please, and we would love to have that interaction. You can ask any specific panelist, or you can put up a question and one of us would pick this up to respond, please. If we can, please, on the front. Thank you.
My question to all the panelists is a simple one. India has a lot of IITs, IIMs, which are known globally. Why can't we have a skill institute which is of global repute yet? Why don't we have? And rather, we are not aspiring for that. I don't see that. Thank you.
Okay, I will take it on. Nitin mentioned in passing about that institute, which actually he's heading, and it is NSDC International, and Academy and NSDC International, which runs such kind of institute, and there are center of excellence in each of the sector. I am sure automotive sector skill councils, one of the COEs must be with Toyota, like they have with Maruti. So in parts, in association with the industry, sector skill councils have opened their center of excellence for each of their sectors. And there are almost about 100 plus such center of excellence for each sector, and which are there prevalent, which are being industry funded, managed, and everything is being done. To the point of what Mohammed just brought up, in fact, NSDC International, one of the center of excellence at Greater Noida in Delhi NCR, the Hon'ble Minister just flagged up a group of students to Germany and Japan. So such kind of international mobility is also being ensured through such kind of tie-ups, such kind of initiatives, such kind of skill centers across the country. And mind you, when we talked of world skills. Before that, there are regional skills in the country which are done. Then there is a national skill level competition, and the students and the industry practitioners are selected through a very rigorous industry oriented kind of such competitions, and that is how India has been doing exceedingly well, though our interaction and participation in the world skills has been very less. That is only because of such kind of skill centers which have been created in the country.
Mohammed, you wanted to add something?
Yes,
please?
I would like to react to that point too. I'm inspired a little bit by the example of Toyota because it is, I just want to take it, and because it is also because you are asking why India is not such a center or an excellence center worldwide somehow. I can tell you that, for example, when you're looking into German employers abroad, they are very much looking into not so much from which center they graduated, they looked very much how much in-company experience they have, how much apprenticeship. So they are looking how many years apprenticeship do they have in really working in companies. So it is not so much about which ITI or Center of Excellence, which of course is very important as accompanying, but the basis is always the company, the apprenticeship in companies, because without that, the students they have to be reskilled, because this word came many times, reskilling. In this case, they have really to be reskilled because they don't have any experience on the ground. So just as much as possible, in how much is it possible for us to bring the vocational training back to the companies and less theoretically at the ITIs. This is just for the sake of international mobility, I'm just saying. Like
Sure. Thank you. Ma'am, please.
Yeah. So I have a question for Philip. Since the company Toyota, it's a big company, and you're doing a good job skilling, like you said, like 1,000 people, the students and all. So are you doing anything on that gender specific? Because I work more on DI. So my question is like, are you doing for a disabled and the gender specific on the trans side, LGBT and all these things? Have you done it, or you want to explore it, or it's your future plans? Yeah.
Thanks for that question. 1,000 is the students in our institute. We have partnered with more than 75 ITIs in Karnataka. So it's like in lakhs we train the faculty also. One point is the faculty development is very important, and that's the place we talk about student skilling, all those things. But if you don't have the enablers to do that, that's one biggest problem. Now coming back to your point of diversity, we were late in bringing in that. Automobile industry is predominantly male dominated, but in a couple, like last 2-3 years, we've been working on the diversity part of it. I'm very happy to say that in our technical institute itself, we have a separate girls dormitory. We are trying to reach the level of 50% of girls in the institute. Other thing what we do is that in the plant also, we are taking girls into the production. And somebody was talking about girls are into beauticians or something else. But in our industry, in automobile industry, the girls are doing welding, press, painting, everything is being done by the girls. We have not reached a substantial number. We might be 15% right now. We want to reach to 30%. But we need to create an environment for them. Girls wants to come to the industry for sure. It's not that they don't want to come. But is the parents finding it safe enough, or the girls finding it safe enough to come to the companies? Are we creating an environment where they can freely, without any kind of a bias, do the work? So in Toyota, when we wanted to start this diversity, when we wanted to bring girls into the factory, we had to do a lot of things. We had to change in the culture itself. We had to train every supervisors, every member in the company that these are girls and how you have to behave with them. In terms of the sexual harassment part of it. So extensive trainings were done for that. We had to bring in commutation. So the buses were fitted with CCTV, security will be there, they will be dropped till their house. If that is not happening, the parents will not send them. They might go for 1 month and then say, okay, this is not safe. My girls are not being treated well. In the plant, CCTVs are put. We have committees which have been set up. In case of any problem, immediately they can address that. So those kind of an environment has to be created in the industry for them to come. Hope I answered the question.
Just to add to what Philip said, there are multiple shop floors in Mahindra and Maruti where you have the entire team is managed, the entire shop floor is managed by women. But then the point which he alluded to is very important. Firstly, it has to be very safe environment which has to be ensured so that women find it very safe to come to the industry and work without any inhibitions or any issues and challenges. Secondly, you have to have the wherewithal and facility to be created. Whether you can carry your, get along your kids, so there has to be creche facility. Whether there adequate toilets are there, whether adequate CCTV and security arrangements are there, whether that important point of having a secure transportation to and fro to come to the industry. So those are the issues which have been taken very rapidly and because of the mindset in the country. So we are presently a patriarchal society since beginning. So society is changing slowly, but then yes, in manufacturing it has changed to quite a lot. Thank you.
Thank you. I would request if there are any other questions, we can pick them up over networking, coffee and lunch, please. I would want to thank each of my co-panelists for your time, your contributions. This really helps us put this thought to a larger set of audience. And thank you to FICCI for putting this thought-provoking panel discussion together. Again, thank you to all the participants here. Round of applause for all of you. Like I said, please, all of us are available. We'll be more than happy to take some of the questions which we could not take right now. Thank you again.
Thank you, speakers, for that wonderful session. Would request all of you to join for a group photograph. Moving forward, we have a presentation on skill development lined up by Ms. Shreyasi Bhattacharya ji from Orion Educational Society.
Good afternoon to each and everyone. This was a wonderful panel session which we had and have a greater insight about the skill initiatives coming up and having an idea. So now we'll move on to my presentation. Yeah. So we are OES, Orion Educational Society. We believe in let's create a sustainable impact. Yeah. So Orion Educational Society have been set up in 2007 onwards. We are working in the genre of skill development initiative pan-India basis. And we are a non-profit organization and an NSDC partner, ISO certified person. So why did we choose skill development as an initiative? So we always have seen in the rural sector as well as the urban, semi-urban areas, there is a hell lot of skill gap in poverty alleviation, adaptation of technology and the work culture. And we always focused on the zero hunger capability because it have been seen in the rural sector. You often see that people are much more into sitting idle or in the agricultural activity, have never been interested in the skill initiatives. So what we have done so far, Orion Educational Society, we have set up in pan-India basis 100 plus skill centers, and we have already trained in different sectors, 20 plus sectors in different job roles, 10,000 plus youth impacted, and we have also focused on 35,000 women entrepreneurship as well as in the women empowerment initiative in different job roles. We are also engaged with 20 sectors, and we have our placement partners 200 plus, which is a plus point to us because, and there is also employment support. so far. So when we implement in the rural areas as well as in semi-urban areas, we often see there is a understanding between the youth as well as the women that they are not educated and they have the mindset that going out of their comfort zone is very difficult. So when we go in different rural areas and villages, let it be from Bihar to Lunglei in Mizoram, to different sectors of Telangana, we often see that youth as well as the women are not comfortable getting out of their space. So we try to aware them and make them understand how skills initiatives are important for them. So we have our mobilization set up in our particular areas, job location centers we have in villages. And then we have step 2, we believe in right mobilization. We believe in need assessment. That is way more important. So whenever we choose a sector, supposedly let it be IT and ITES, we need to see the need of that particular area. Let's suppose we have taken Telangana. So we need to see that the students in there, the candidates who are underprivileged, are interested in the IT, ITES sectors or in any non-farm sectors. We focus on that, and that is our, USP, we would say, because the interest of the youth we always come up with. And third step is demo classes for the students. As Philip sir already had discussed that safe space, how is it important, and how to make them understand why the skill initiative is needed for them, why this employability is needed for them. They have a very stereotypical mindset when we go to the village areas that let's not work, we will only focus on the agricultural part, let's not get skilled and get out of our comfort zone. So we go and have the demo classes in their substitute areas or in our centers and make them understand how it is important to be skilled and as well as to be employed, to have their financial independence. Step 4, we believe in industry visit and the on-the-job training. So we are starting from the mobilization to the training of the students in the particular job role of the particular sector, and then giving them ideology on different, on-the-job training as well as the industry visit. Why is it important? Which of the industries are needed for them? How it is safe for them? How they can have a financially independent life ahead. So step 5 is the placement, self-employment and entrepreneurship, which we believe in. So many a times we often see women particularly are more interested into self-entrepreneurship or self-employment stuff. So we always say that women are interested into beauty sectors or SMO training, but it is not. We have worked with MCL in Odisha. We have seen that women have, even the girls have the interest in the automotive sector. They have been trained in that particular sector to automotive sector, and we have given them the placement and they are still working. So employment and self-employment strategies, what we believe in. First is the tie-up and the job fairs. When we have done the training, we often, we do have our job fair where the different employers come up in that particular area and have a discussion how they can, have the students, the candidates involved with their organizations. And we have tie-ups with 200 plus employers. So that is also our USP in that terms. Self-employment is a biggest approach right now in India, let it be, because whoever are having a training in SMO or any of the other sector with the women can do, they always want to have their small businesses coming up. So we help them a lot to make it possible in their particular area because they are not very much comfortable to get out of their state or villages and move out to different, states as well. So making them understand is much more important. Awareness is much more important. So employment and post-placement tracking. So we often see when we train the students in the 3 months training and then we give the placement, they have an often mindset that after 1 month they would leave that particular area. because they are not comfortable in that surroundings and making it very obvious that they don't want to work in other states or areas. So post-placement tracking is much more important. We make sure that we have 3 to 6 months of post-placement support because, keeping on counseling them on the aspect that हाँ आपको job चाहिए है, आपको financially independent होना है, making them continuously aware of it, it helps a lot. Even the employers, we would say, are very much diligent and comes up and talk to the employees that आपको क्या दिक्कतें हो रही है, and having the feedback sessions. We often focus on that too. So these are the things we believe in. So we have a methodology we believe in, that is ALAP, activity lesson, activity planning. So activity, first when we start with the mobilization, we often see the students are not interested. If we, take up a need assessment, we get 40 to 50 students coming up in our centers, and after 2-3 days, they are not interested enough and they're moving out of it. So in a continuous support and a demo classes going on with them, making them aware that how is it important to you, how being skilled will help you to be financially independent, to help them, financially for their families, being educated, all we keep on doing. And then comes the lesson. Lesson we refer to the training session which we have of 3 months. And then comes the activity. Activity, when we talk about after the training, it's just not a theory session. It is more of practical-based sessions we believe in. So we make sure they have a practical viability to different industries as well as in their own practical labs. Then comes the practice. Once these sessions have been done, they have been employed and been self-employed to different sectors, and they have been working happily and being financially independent. So outcome which we believe in is that it's a mandate that all the corporates we are working in as the implementation for a partner for different corporates, we often see their need is of 70 to 80% of placement, and definitely just not placement, post-placement tracking is much more important to the corporates and making sure that we are able to put forward with the students, and we have made it possible for them. Second comes equipable perform trade-specific jobs. So again, when I said about that, supposedly a student of IT is in trade in a particular sector, so they would want to get placed in that particular sector only, not in the cross-domain sectors. So we make sure that they are into that employee support. Then comes the 20 to 25% of the family income. So when we select the student who are underprivileged, we often see their income, family income is very low. So when they get a job of 20 to 35 to 40,000 of rupees, so that's a best help for their family to come up with, and they start believing, and a self, importance grows up amongst the underprivileged youth. Then comes the increase in productivity and efficiency. Obviously, employers need the employees need the employers. So it's give and take policy, which we believe in. So awards and recognition we have got so far. We have gotten aggregated by IRR and Credibility Alliance. We have been awarded with SMX CSR Leadership Summit for the Sustainable Skill Development Initiative, and many more. So these are the glimpses of our program which we believe in. It is just not a theory or a practical-based session. It is all about building a self-confidence amongst the youth, because that is what is important for them. Unless they are self-improvising themselves to be confident, they would not succeed. So this is a continuous support we would provide. And these are few of the initiatives we always take up in our centers. So these two are the success stories we have put forward. This is Johit. We have placed him with 40,000 of salary, and he's still working. And second comes Prithvi Raj, who has got 25,000 of salary, and this continues. This is our age bar and the salary bar we, help on with. So these are CSR partners which we are working right now, and many more. And HDFC Bank Parivartan, we have been working and associated from last 6 years in 5 states, and now we have started in Lunglei as well. So these are few of them, and we would like to get associated with more corporates coming up to our stall and have a discussion. So these are the placement partners. As we know, once we have the training done, we need to place them in the particular sectors. So, and the employees, these are the employees which we believe in, and there are much more 200 plus employment engagement we do have. And thank you for your time for listening. We had a very crisp time to discuss on. And we have our stall in there, OES. We would like to have your presence in there. Thank you.
Now to resume our summit, we have a presentation on the Prime Minister Internship Scheme, which is being given by Ms. Garima Nagpar and Ms. Madhumita from the Ministry of Corporate Affairs.
A very good afternoon to everybody who has assembled over here. In line with FICCI's program today of skill development, I, V. Madhumita from the Ministry of Corporate Affairs and my colleague Ms. Garima Nagpal are here to give an outreach as well as IEC campaign on the latest program of the Ministry of Corporate Affairs, which is the Prime Minister's Internship Scheme. Before we go into the presentation, I'd like to give a slight introduction about how it came through, kind of like the background. So this particular scheme was introduced in the budget speech last year by our Hon'ble Minister of Finance. Coincidentally, she's also our MCA Minister, and the scheme has been given to the Ministry of Corporate Affairs. So we are the nodal ministry, and that is how we enter into this picture. We are collaborating with the state government as well as with industry partners like FICCI and CII. And at this juncture, I'd like to thank you for arranging this meeting as well. Approximately till date, there are about 1.1 lakh opportunities posted with respect to the scheme. 80 to 85% of the companies who were identified have also partnered with us. So who are these companies? They are the top 500 companies who we are asking them to carve out a little bit of the CSR expenditure into this scheme. The scheme is currently in its pilot phase, and it is open for candidates to apply. So as you can see in the presentation chip, they are paid internships to the top youth of the country. Top youth of the country and top companies of India as well. It is running all over India, around 740 districts and 36 states and union territories of India are partnering with us. This scheme involves the composition of money. So how it is involved is that the candidate, once they enter into the scheme, they are given a one-time direct benefit transfer of 6,000 rupees. Following which, they will be given a monthly assistance or stipend of 5,000 rupees, where the company's component is fixed at 400, and once that is paid, 4,500 will be released by the government. The companies, a lot of them have also volunteered to actually increase their component from 500 to more, depending upon their interests. What the candidate gets out of it is more about the education. It is more about the future readiness. It is more about connecting the gap between education and the needs of academia. So that is what is being focused here. And the certificate is also given, which adds value to the candidates themselves, which will help portray their CVs in a much better light compared to other candidates. Here are a list of some of the companies which are partnering with us already. If we look at the agriculture and allied sector, we have companies like Bayer. In aviation, we have HAL. Automotives, we have Acer. I am just running through this. These are a few of the other partners we have. Almost all the companies of Reliance are partnering with us. Similarly, Haldiram's, Marico, Apollo, all of them are there. Few more sectors and few more companies. So basically, to cut the long story short, there is a video here.
से बात करेंगे।
Sorry. Excuse me, yeah.
I was nervous. It was a very new experience for me. आपका मेरा दिन बहुत ही अच्छा रहा क्योंकि एज अ कॉर्पोरेट लाइफ मैंने कभी देखा नहीं था। वहीं से आके मैंने कॉर्पोरेट लाइफ देखा यहाँ पे। फर्स्ट डे में आया यहाँ पे तो यहाँ की फैकल्टी, यहाँ के एचआर के लोगों ने सब ने इसको बहुत ही अच्छे से वेलकम किया। सारी चीज़ें बहुत ही एक अच्छे वे में हुई। मैं इतना एक्साइटेड था कि मैं गलत कॉन्फ्रेंस रूम में जाकर बैठ गया। इंटर्नशिप में मैंने एचआर के रोल सीखा है, फिर मैंने कॉन्ट्रैक्ट सीखा है फाइनेंस में। मैंने शेयर के बारे में जाना है कि कैसे शेयर कर सकते हैं, जैसे एसआईपी हो गया, म्यूचुअल फंड हो गया, लमसम हो गया। पॉलिसीज कैसे बनती है, रिक्रूटमेंट कैसे होता है, हायरिंग कैसे होती है, डेटा एनालिटिक्स सीखा कि कैसे डेटा वेरीफाई करता है ऑडिटिंग के लिए। प्रोसेसेस हमने स्कूल कॉलेज में सीखे, बाहर से सीखे। उसका एक्चुअल जो यूजेज है, असल में कैसे इस्तेमाल होता है इंडस्ट्री में, वो मेरे को यहाँ सीखने को मिला।
Other video also. Should I skip? And one more important thing, in this there are no menial jobs, there's no work from home, and all the candidates will be getting a minimum of 6 months on the workshop experience, which will further improve their ability to work in the future. I'd like to hand over to my colleague.
Good evening, everyone. Just to continue what my colleague here was telling you all about. So, first thing that we've made amply clear is how this scheme is entirely focused on skilling. It's not about just giving them education, it's about making them skillful enough that the companies would want to employ them. And they are being trained by top companies of the country, which means they'll be skill ready. And there is a high possibility of these companies also absorbing them. A lot of companies, as we've gotten to know in our interactions with them, are making their training programs or their hiring plans accordingly. So the future that has been envisaged under the scheme is that when a lot of these students, they do join these internships, they'll later also be absorbed, or they'll be skilled enough to start their own entrepreneurship or get a job wherever they want. So this is just an example of what are the number of opportunities which are currently available in Maharashtra. So Maharashtra has the highest number, some 14,000 plus. And why we are here today is also important. We are here to request you to reach us, to help us reach the right candidates. I understand that there are industry partners in the audience. We encourage these industry partners to come on board, offer these internships and take the benefit of this. Because for companies also, it is beneficial in the sense that the government is going to fund a large chunk of the stipend which has to be paid. The government is also facilitating how these candidates will be sourced and how they can approach the companies. So we are essentially only acting as a bridge. We are reaching out to the students and we are also reaching out to the industry. So I hope that industry will take this as a positive measure, and to the industry, the benefit is that they will be able to access the untapped potential of our youth. So these are the companies who have offered the maximum number of internships in India. Jubilant Work Food has provided about 13,600 opportunities, Reliance with 4,700, HDFC banks. So for the training partners who are there, this is what we request you to convey to the students that you can reach out to directly. That is where your expertise and your domain lies. That these are the companies the students will get an opportunity to work with. The top of this country, and the kind of work environment, as the video also that we just played about the experiences of students. So they'll get to experience the best of work environments, work ethics, and learn from the best. So this is 22 sectors. Now we're talking particularly about Maharashtra, 4,500. And as we've already mentioned, we are now in phase 2. So the opportunities have been already posted for phase 2 internships. Now in a few days, I think a day or two, it will be open for candidates to apply to them. So as far as industry outreach is concerned, we are really thankful to partners like FICCI, who have enabled us to connect to all these industries. The event today also is a great example of the same. The part that we need to focus now is on how to reach these candidates so they get to know about this brilliant scheme, because the government is offering them 6,000 rupees as a joining assistance. The moment they join, they'll be given 6,000 rupees direct benefit transfer into their accounts. And thereafter, as my colleague already stressed, 5,000 rupee per month is the stipend. That is the minimum stipend. A lot of these companies which we have on board have themselves provided a lot of additional benefits like free transport, free food, even additional stipend of up to 10,000 rupees. And what they gain as an experience is, I think that cannot even be measured in terms of money. Because these rural youth who come from the most remote areas, who've studied, say, till class 10th or 12th, or even who've done a graduation, they are getting access to opportunities at the top companies of the country. Now, who can apply? They have to be an Indian citizen. The age has been kept between 21 to 24 years. And one more thing I would like to add here is that we are currently in a pilot phase. So regarding anything, we are open to suggestions. So if you, as an industry partner or as a training partner, you have any suggestions as to changes in any of these eligibility criteria or anything else that today we talk about, we are very much open to it. So for now, the age is 21 to 24, and what is restricted is that they shouldn't be in full-time education or full-time employment. So the idea is to make sure that no one is left behind. Sabka saath, sabka vikas. There are students who come from top institutions. They are not included in the scheme. The students who are in full-time education, they are not included. But somebody who's doing a distance learning course, they are very much welcome here. Similarly, so we've kept it open for 10th pass, 12th pass, graduate, but not from the top institutes like IIT, etc., because the government has already paid enough money in trying to make sure that they are employable. Now, who cannot apply? As we've mentioned, IITs, IIMs, NLUs, only the top institute. Everybody else is eligible for it. Or professional courses. Because again, the employability is not an issue for them as much. Now, there are some restrictions because NAPS and NATS also exist, which are similar apprenticeship schemes and training schemes. So if the student is enrolled there, we are trying to avoid duplicacy here. And the income of the family member, spouse, should not exceed 8 lakh rupees. We've received some suggestions regarding this also. We are in the process of trying to imbibe them if possible. And the members of their family shouldn't be in government employment. So these are some of the eligibility criterias. There'll be more on this, which is available freely on the internet. We have a PMIS website. You can freely access it. All of these details will be there. Beyond that, if you need any assistance through FICCI or through us, you can directly reach out. Now, this is the registration process. So pminternship@mca.gov.in is the website I was talking about. There, this is how you may guide the students to create the profile or as an industry. The government is actively assisting the industries or the companies that are trying to come on board. And the whole approach to this scheme is very hands-on. So we assure you that if you take interest in this, the government is very much interested and it's going to be very hands-on. So this is the process applying. So these are the things that you will get to see. You will get the exact location. The candidate who wants to apply will get the exact location. so that they know whether they can go to this particular place and actually join the internship or not. And this change has been brought after the suggestions we received from the students and from the industry in our phase 1. So they'll also have internship description, sector of internship, and we also vet that description to make sure that no menial jobs are given. No jobs of mere sorting out goods or cleaning, sweeping, none of those jobs are permitted. So whatever job internship opportunities will be posted are vetted even at the end of the government apart from the industry to make sure that there is actual skilling happening. And so finally now, why we are here? We are here because we need to reach the right candidates, and we believe that you will help us do that. So for the industry partners as well as the training institutes or companies that are here, the Ministry of Corporate Affairs, as a part of its IEC program, is going to organize multiple camps at different locations across India. These are the ones which are related to the western region, Maharashtra and all. So, and they have already begun. This is one of those events, but we have a lot of other events. We'll share the PPT with FICCI, and they can probably forward it to everybody else as well. So there are multiple events, and we request the industry partners as well as training partners to join any of these events which is feasible for them. And we would also ensure that you get a chance to interact with students, and you get to encourage them to join your organization as an industry partner and to motivate them. Because what we realized is that there's also a gap of trust between the students and the industry, in the sense that the students are not sure how much will they get to learn, or what will they get to learn, or where will they get to work. So having somebody from industry, esteemed people like you sitting over here, when the students get to talk to you, they will also be motivated. So our outreach program is happening at various colleges all across India, and state government is also helping us organize these and collaborating with us on them. Apart from that, the officers from Ministry of Corporate Affairs and representatives are also present in each of these events. So we would request you to kindly come and join any of these events, whichever is possible for you, and interact with the students. And as far as the training institutes, TPOs are concerned, we understand that the kind of reach you have to students, and because the eligibility criteria of this scheme is narrow, so we want to make sure that we get to the right candidate, because we received applications over 1 lakh, as the previous speaker mentioned. But what we have to ensure is that the people who are eligible are able to apply, so that no internship opportunity gets wasted. And the people who apply are suited for that particular role, so the companies also don't have to reject any of those applications. So this is where your expertise comes in, and you are the best suited people to take this message right from the Honorable Prime Minister and Finance Minister to the students sitting in a remote town or a remote village, and make sure that the gap that we are trying to bridge in terms of skilling, in terms of employability, is bridged. Thank you so much.
If there are questions from the audience, you may raise your hand. We'll pass on the mic.
Hello. My question to you is, the student or youth who have completed NAPS apprenticeship, are they eligible for this scheme?
No. No.
Okay.
NAPS as well as NETS, they are not eligible.
Okay.
So the college institutions, like apart from your list, also can participate in this?
Yes, most definitely. You just let us know. There's no formal processes yet. These are the institutions that we chose from our end, whatever number of colleges or institutes that we thought had a good reach and we could reach out to them, we planned for it. But I think the ministry is very open if we get better access to organize one of these events elsewhere also. You can connect to us personally. We'll give you the contact of the nodal officer and then it can be done. So the idea right now is that if there are ample number of opportunities in that area, it will be done. So if there are, say, now we have a list of opportunities. Say there are 300 opportunities near your area. So then it makes sense that we reach out to 300 youth who are nearby. So remote place is not a problem. The number of opportunities have to, in that district or in that area, that could be the criteria, but we can work it out personally.
Can you come again?
No. So for now, the scheme is limited to top 500 companies of India, top 500 by the CSR expenditure. In future, if it expands, the government may make another policy, but for now, NGOs are not eligible.
I have one question. Is there any possibility of modifying this eligibility criteria like age? The reason behind is like we train 400 candidates yearly and we provide them internship at the first year of the BVOC. So we provide 3 years of BVOC in various sectors like automobile, electrical, construction, hotel management. So we give them an internship at the second semester at the age of 18. So they will not get this opportunity.
So as I said, that the idea is the students who are in full-time education, this scheme is not for them. This scheme is to cater to people who are left behind. So for example, in your case, when you give them internship between semesters, that will be for a month. This internship is going to be for a year. So as far as the question of revision of age is concerned, that is under consideration at the top level of the ministry. So once the change happens, you'll know about it. But for now, this is the criteria. And the internship is for 1 year because the person or the student will be first trained and then they'll actually get to work on the floor for minimum 6 months.
So we provide internship for 2 years, not for 1 month.
Okay.
In that case?
I mean, the criteria still stands, but we'll take that as a feedback that the age should be reduced and we'll make sure that it is conveyed.
So we have industry, we place them over there for 2 years as an intern.
Okay.
But then if they get this facilities, that will be very valuable, but the age is the challenge.
Right. So we'll make sure that the
thanks.
feedback is conveyed. Thank you.
I would also like to endorse that because as we are running the programs of BVOC, we find that this is not compatible with it because while the students are studying and they are in the second year, the credits have been integrated for internship. And they are supposed to be in the industry. We do all the efforts by ourselves to reach out to the companies, to place them for the internship, and they're not working for 60 hours as also now the, under NAPS 60 and 120 we're talking about, but they have been working from before not less than 600 hours. So 600 hours they go to the industry, and these are internship embedded programs.
Okay.
So we really need to look at this criteria because that will be a, something which will block.
Just one clarification which was already mentioned. I'll just try to say it again. This scheme is not going to be probably applying for full-time education candidates. This scheme is more towards 10th pass, 12th pass, ITI, diploma. So when a candidate is trying to do this along with their full-time education, this is not the thinking of the government right now, but we will take this up into consideration considering that this is right now at the pilot phase.
Madam, just wish to point out here, under NEP, internship is a part and parcel of the whole curricula. So therefore, it becomes very imminent that such a kind of an effort can also be extended to, the regular students.
Agreed. Yeah. That is why I said it's a correction. Yeah. Any other questions?
Okay, thank you so much. And I request you again to come join one of these outreach programs which are being held, and we'll see you there. Thank you.
Thank you, Team PMS, for that informative presentation. I hope we all in our capacities can help. Moving forward, we have a special address by Mr. Nitin Bhatt, the Director of FICCI Software. So this presentation is by Mr. Nishit Paleja.
Hello everyone, I'm Nishit Paleja. I represent a company called FICCI Software. Our brand that we carry is ENGG Online, which is Engineering Online. First of all, thanks to FICCI to let us partner with them and give us this opportunity. So what do we do? Basically, we are into creating content in virtual reality, which is extremely detailed. It is, the experience is not just to give you a VR experience. The idea is how to really use technology to change the pedagogy. Change the pedagogy not just for the namesake, but which actually works when you have not even, asked the, student to use it. Next. Yeah, so the company is an incubator of IIT Bombay. I am the founder of the company. Next. So what is our solution? What we have done is for this entire skill ecosystem, we have created more than 1,000 plus virtual reality modules. When I say module, each module will be mapped as per the curriculum of NIMI and as per standard of NSQF. And each of these modules will be maybe an average of 20 minutes. Now, when we talk about learning something for 20 minutes in virtual reality, in real life, it can be anywhere between 10 hours to 20 hours to even 50 hours of physical, so if you are working on a job, obviously, you have to go through the entire process. In virtual reality, you are able to learn fast. So what is the objective? The objective is that today, how the pedagogy works is that the physical and the, brain training is all happening together. You are training the brain and the muscle together today. When you take them to the workshop, you show the machine, you show the tool, you show the process, and you are learning and simultaneously doing. Objective that we are trying to achieve is that we will only focus on brain training first, because the instructions to the muscles are given by the brain. Now, if brain is comfortable, brain is confident, brain has seen it all, then you take that same candidate in front of a machine and brain will instruct that, do this, do that. So for that, obviously, we have certain evidence. So this is how we have constructed all our modules. Now, obviously, what we had created, we had to do a trial, and the trial had to be a formal trial. It cannot be a trial that we do for ourselves. So this trial we did with Ministry of Skill. It was done across the country in terms of they chose 5 ITIs, rural as well as urban. So it is right from Lucknow to Nagaon in Assam, Vizag, Bhubaneswar, and it is Ambernath, 2 hours away from Bombay. The trial, the way it was done, that they created a virtual reality lab in each of these locations, and we installed all the modules or our modules on each and every hardware. So they used to run basically batches, and it was put as a part of the timetable. and the trial was supposed to be for 6 months. The only thing heartening was that even after the 6-month period was over, which was like an obligation for an institute to be a part and show performance that you are using it, even after the trial period was over, the usage continues still the same. The usage is still extremely high. It is almost like 6 to 8 hours a day. So that is testimony of the solution. And a lot of these students, they come from vernacular language. English is a challenge, and for them to do it very confidently, that is the most heartening part. Now these were the results. Now how the measurement was done. So the structured study was, KPMG, what they did was, they chose 15 students to first go to, let's say, workshop doing a particular welding experiment or a fitter experiment. And another 15 students were sent to VR lab doing the same experiment. So, and then they swapped these candidates. So somebody has learned first that experiment in VR and then gone to the workshop. And somebody has learned in workshop and now is going to VR. So then they basically segmented, in terms of 3 segments, the kind of questions and performance questions were asked. One was, how is the experience of VR? Because if you are trying to bring VR into your day-to-day pedagogy, are people going to be using it daily, regularly, or is it just for the fad, once in a while, just to get the experience? So first was about the experience of VR and will they want to be doing it again and again. Second segment was about how is the content, how detailed is the content, how mapped is the content, how relevant is the content. So everything related to that. And third, which is the most critical that everybody bothers about, is the learning outcome. As to, did you learn what you were supposed to learn, and will you be able to retain what you have learned? So in these 3 segments, these are the, just go back. Yeah. So almost, right from comfort level to conceptual understanding to visualization, interactive, as well as almost like 80 to 90% of the students, and this is a long trial. This is almost 6 months. This is not just done for a few days and then, trying to get a result out just to prove something. So this is what, and this was published by DGT ma'am in NSDC Connect. The article came in March. So this is the article. Now people talk about NEP 2020, which is one of the mandate and the very dear project of our Prime Minister. So the new education policy 2020 tries to, the skill ecosystem till today, if you see, has been more people enter into skill ecosystem based on rejection. There is a student who is trying to study, is not able to perform well in 8th standard, 9th standard, 10th standard. And then, that struggle creeps in, and then people say, okay, why don't you try some skill? So they will go to an institute. He wants to learn electrician, and he doesn't have a choice. Maybe somebody will say, learn welding. So learns welding. And this is how it's a more rejection-driven kind of approach. NEP 2020, I think, is transformational from the point of view that somebody is going to get an exposure early in life from 6th standard onwards, and better from 9th standard onwards, where somebody can tell you, if you become a welder, you can earn ₹1 lakh a month. And it is possible. You can go to maybe Middle East, some other, even Germany. It is possible. So that aspiration to the skill which I like, and I don't like mathematics, I don't learn mathematics. Don't force me to learn mathematics. So that is the transformation which will happen over some time. But I think foundation is that the aspiration to say that I don't need to know science. I don't care about that science. So that is the, I think, foundation which we believe will be really transforming the way the mindset of the students will change. And the respect, which is what even the minister mentioned, that, previously ITI students were, getting like good proposal, marriage proposal, because they were coming from ITI. And now nobody even bothers. So that is the transformation that we see. Now, obviously, what are the challenges? We talk about VR, it's a great thing, we are doing VR, but what are the real challenges of VR? The real challenges of VR are that people try to create content which works only on the headset. And that is a challenge because headset has a low processing power, it has low storage capacity, and hence what you invariably do is you create low quality modules, as well as you play with lighting which is not extremely comfortable to use day in, day out. And that leads to, some people really reject that I don't want to use this again and again. To overcome this whole challenge, and another part in skilling is that skilling is all about machines, tools, processes, which has a lot of intricacies, nuances, details. So if you want to show all of those details, but you want to run it on a headset, it's like, running your complicated Excel sheet on a phone. I mean, technically it can run, but we don't use it. Everybody has some machine, some laptop or a desktop on which they are more comfortable using it again and again daily. So it's the same thing. So what we did was we only create extremely high, the way you have pixels on screens, in VR it is polygons. So the more the polygons, more the detail, more the surface area. So these modules, what we have created are extremely high poly modules, very detailed. All the models are extremely, mapped as per what your curriculum, NIMI curriculum is. And we run it on machines which are obviously higher end. So it is very comfortable in terms of the refresh rate for the eye. And hence you are able to, easily do an hour a day without much of a problem, and do it maybe 2-3 hours a week. 2-3 hours of VR learning a week can really transform, because here you are overcoming so many challenges. First, this is just a typical kind of a VR lab. This has just been installed here at Don Bosco. If you are aware, Don Bosco ITI in Kurla. So, now each of these hardware, we install all our modules on each hardware, and hence you are able to run batches. So you can run an electrician batch from whatever 8 to 9, 9 to 10 welding, 10 to 11 fitter. So the lab usage is extremely high. You are incurring some capital expenditure. Now these, this is somewhere in Andhra, if you see. And they are all students who are from, kind of a vernacular background, and they are very happy to use it, extremely easy for them to learn. In Andhra Pradesh as a state has formally, launched these in 14 ITIs. Anil Naik Technical Training Center, which is the personal CSR of Mr. A.M. Naik, who is chairman L&T. There they have put up a very large facility of almost 10 machines, which they are using very regularly. Sorry, this is Don Bosco ITI. This is the L&T Skill Training Academy in Mud Island, where they use it for training of trainers. And this is in NIT Surathkal. So this is just giving you the gamut of the kind of reputed institutes or the foundations who are basically supporting this initiative. Our objective is that, as per NCVET blended learning guideline, they are recommending anywhere between 30 to 70% you can use VR, AR, MR, XR for transforming the pedagogy. When we say 30% VR, means you have done maybe 5 experiments, 7 experiments related to electrical motor, and you have got your muscle feel and everything. Balance experiments, you just do it in VR. You don't need a machine, you don't need material, don't worry about safety, and you can do any number of times. But the content has to be mapped. So that is what we are doing in terms of creating map content. We have created, as I mentioned before, more than 1100 map modules for more than 20 trades now. So maybe we'll just show you one sample, and then maybe we can take questions. Yeah. So again, you know, these challenges that we face in terms of how do you take somebody to actual solar installation site. So this was one of the conditions that L&T, Anil Nayak Technical Training Center had, that they want to give real experience of installing solar modules. So they had taken maybe a set of 4 kind of, so these are the safety, you start with the safety kit. Vishal, you can skip this. So you basically first learn about all the material, tools. So everything is mapped 1:1 scale in real life. So this involves both the civil part as well as the mechanical part. So this is the starting right from how do you do the site survey, and how will you mark, how will you create the the base. So that is all foundation, concrete, everything around that. And then the solar installation part. We shall go to the solar installation part, yeah. So since we have less time, but this module is extremely detailed, and this might take more than 30 to 40 minutes for somebody to actually complete this. Now, so this is more like a flavor of what we do. Happy to take questions. Vijay, fine. You just take questions. Yeah. Just skip and show the last one. Just skip and show the how in the end. Just keep skipping and show as to how the final. So this is how the entire final installation will happen. This is actually as per what they learn. Yeah. Sorry, even with skipping it is taking a lot of time, so maybe we'll just take questions. Yeah. Sorry, any questions? No issues. Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much for this opportunity. Thanks.
Thank you for that presentation. Now moving forward to the last segment of this summit, The second session on EdTech and employment, creating future-ready workforce, future-ready talent, sorry. For this, I'd like to invite the moderator of today's session, Mr. Anish Sri Krishna, the CEO of Times Pro, Mr. Vinay Swami, Country Head, Pearson India, Dr. Vivek Deshpande, Director, Technology and Projects, Vishwakarma Institute of Technology, Mr. Niral Modi, Founder, TOPS Technologies and LearnOne, Mr. Bala Murli Shankar, Chief Knowledge Officer, IITM, Mr. Nirmala Banerjee, Senior Vice President, Army Group. Sorry, Mr. Nirmala Banerjee, Senior Vice President, Army Group. Thank you all for joining us here today. I now hand over the mic to the moderator of session.
Thank you. Am I audible? I don't know if it's the mic or just my voice. So good afternoon, everyone. It's an absolute honor to be here on this stage. Thank you, FICCI, for having us. We have, as you can see, a very strong panel of very accomplished people who have tried to solve for the employability problem in India, which is one of our most severe challenges as we look forward to the year 2030. Regardless of which survey one reads, we have a challenge of converting education and skills to employability. There is statistics after statistics. Less than 25% of our engineers are employable. Less than 50% of our graduates are employed in the field in which they have acquired their education. Less than 40% of postgraduates are employed in similar fields. And on the other hand, we have the reverse challenge with technology and AI becoming so prevalent in our lives. There is actually a statistic which says that 40%, almost 40% of the existing skill sets may become redundant by the year 2030. Now, this is one of the most vexed problems that we as industry, academia, as government can solve. And like you saw in the previous sessions, there have been some fantastic efforts being put in at the grassroots level, as well as at every level of this problem. Like everything in India, it's multifaceted, and it will require everyone to pitch in to try and form a reasonable solution to creating productive citizens out of our education system who can become relevant in a prosperous, developed India. So for the panel today, I'm looking at addressing 4 critical issues which are in the zone of EdTech, trying to solve and trying to become a vital cog in the wheel in solving for the education to employability problem. Number 1, how do we develop a skilled workforce to meet the projected demand for 90 million new non-farm jobs projected by 2030? Number 2, how do we enhance and enrich the online learning experience by integrating the tech that we have today and the tech that we are likely to have tomorrow to try and replicate as closely as possible the classroom experience that all of us have experienced in our lives, to democratize that and to make it available to the underserved populations of the country. Number 3, how can we make this learning systems affordable and accessible to large majority of our countrymen? And last but not the least, how can we strengthen the EdTech ecosystem to support all this activity in our nation's progress? So as I said, we have a wide diversity of panelists. We have people who are solving for skilling at the grassroots level. We have people from the institutional arena who are doing a lot of humans work in creating great technology graduates for the country. We have people who are solving for the content problem at a global scale. So it's a really distinguished panel that I have the honor of mentoring today. With these opening remarks, I'd like to invite each of our panelists to give their opening remarks, and then I will then come back to you with some questions and some supplements. So, Mr. Balabutli, would you like to open the batting?
Yeah, even in the school, like alphabet B always comes first. So.
With IIT Madras, you cannot.
So I am Bala. I am the Chief Knowledge Officer of IIT Madras Prabhat Technologies Foundation. So this is a innovation hub that is created by, owned by IIT Madras as well as funded by Department of Science and Technology. Today I also represent Swayam Plus, which is our MOE, Ministry of Education's platform for skilling, as well as internship and other things. So quickly, as an opening remark, what we are doing to solve these, the set of problems that Anish was describing is, one is, Pravatak per se, that we have a mandate of multiple things. One is, and of course, skilling. And our skilling, right from the governance all the way down to the delivery of the skilling, it constitutes of both industry folks as well as the academia folks. For example, our skilling council is governed by former founder and chairman of Cognizant, Lakshmi Narayan, where I was working, as well as former director of IIT Madras, Professor M.S. Anand. So which clearly drives a point saying that all the program that we do for skilling towards employability should have a component of academia as well as the industry component. And the second part of it is, when it comes to delivery, we work with a lot of EdTech partners, where we ensure that the content is not more than, academic content is not more than 50%. So we limit the academic content to 50%. The remaining 50% are very industry-oriented topics. And today, we have done many programs, and though we don't guarantee placement, but we take our, both our participants as well as students, which has both industry and towards a role progression, career progression, or a job enablement. And the last but not least is one of the mandates, why we create jobs, we also need to create employers. So Pravatak as an incubation hub, we have incubated so far 40 startups. While IIT Madras itself has a huge incubation center of 5 incubation centers, we are one of the incubation centers. We have done 40 startups, and we are hosted in IIT Madras Research Park, which all the startups are evaluated at around 50,000 crore rupees. And even our own incubation hub is evaluated around 1,000 crore rupees. So the idea is to create more and more entrepreneurs and more employers. And we have another 30 more startups to create. So with a combination of these ecosystems, we are going to talk in detail about how we are taking the skilling and how we are ensuring the students are taken towards jobs or employment. So we're going to discuss in detail. I'll just pass on the mic to Niro.
Good afternoon, everybody. First of all, I'd like to thank the FICCI team to organizing a phenomenal event. I'll talk on behalf of everybody here that this is a phenomenal event. My name is Niral Bodhi. I run a company called TOPS Technologies Private Limited and LearnOne. I started off running TOPS Technologies, an offline training company, and from that we realized that there's a massive need that can be solved by offering skilling courses in vernacular languages, and that's how we created a platform called LearnOne. We currently have 50 lakh students studying on the platform on all kind of different job-oriented courses. So hopefully we'll talk about all kind of different things on how we have incorporated different skilling things into our platform and what we are doing to enable students from all across the country learning in their own language and taking it forward. Thank you again, and I'll...
Thank you. Nirmalya?
Thank you. This is Nirmala Banerjee. I belong to Army Group. It's an organization, 21 years organization. From the inception itself, we are in IT infrastructure and in a big way involved in education, infrastructure, and EdTech. So it's actually the right thing, the transformative power of EdTech is, in enhancing employability and preparing our workforce for the challenging tomorrow. It's a very right subject we are discussing. And to be very frank, we are actually at an existing crossroad where the education and technology meet. And the intersection is not only refining the learning experience, but is actually creating the workforce for the future. So definitely, it's a need of society, and it's a need to create this employability for the youth in India.
Thank you. Dr. Deshpande.
Hello. I'm Vivek Deshpande. I'm over here as a in capacity of Director Technology for Vishwakarma Group. I will break up the discussion between the three parts. One is about the institute and about the skilling, about how academics will you take at the Vishwakarma Group, and then the implications of that on the employability.
Can you hold it close?
Yeah, okay. So first of all, the Vishwakarma Group is started its activity in 1983 by starting Vishwakarma Institute of Technology, which is focused on engineering education first. In 2002, there is another institute called as the Vishwakarma Institute of Information Technology, where in 2000 the boom for the IT sector is there. So we are thinking in mind that that might be the special for the IT. So VIIT, Vishwakarma Institute of Information Technology. Then we realize, no, this can also be the interdisciplinary approach. So the mechanical and civil along with the IT can start it. Very recently, the newborn baby is in 2017. We have Vishwakarma University, where the focus is on non-engineering courses like architecture, law, pharmacy, and the other one. So we have amalgamation of all the engineering, non-engineering courses. As far as the academics are concerned in Vishwakarma Group, we are more focusing on the academics, but not directly with the academics, because the apt title for the session is, the employability by skilling. So skilling might be through the industry-oriented courses. Skilling might be through project-based learning. So the academics is basically connected with the industry, and academics is also connected with the research. And that is what we are not only going for the academics, but only that might be, we are coining the new term called as the applied academics, where the industry can also play an important part over there. The earlier, the industry is coming to the campuses only for the placements, right? But nowadays, the industries are coming for the internship first, because we are autonomous courses, we are having autonomous industries, so we can give the internship as a part of credit system in our 4-year 160 credits kind of courses. So, but nowadays, the industries are coming for giving the internships. Through internships, the 95% pre-placement offer, and they can give a placement to the students. And one step ahead, now we are also giving opportunity to the industries to come for delivering the multiple subject or courses to the students, what they want. So that is what the, the phenomenal changes or steps taken by the industry for skilling the engineers. We are also having the projects, which is very much, kind of, selling point for us. We are taking the advantage of pandemic over here. I'm talking especially talking about the advantage. Now, in pandemic, most of the engineers or even the workers, skilled workers, going to their native villages because of the the protocols. And we going to the industry, because Pune is very much blessed with the in and around multiple industries, whether it is manufacturing, pharmacy, or multiple kind of domain of industries. We ask them their problems and come along with the problem statements. Along with the students and the faculty members, we do join the problem, giving the solutions to the industries without any money. So, because, industry doesn't have faith on the academics, basically. So, we have to build that faith first with common problems given by them. And we, nowadays, the industries or companies coming forward, but we want those kind of problems.
So you're paying it forward?
Yeah, now paid for, yes. After awesome. 2-3 years, now we are getting the
awesome.
Fruits, for
awesome.
that. So that is how we are going ahead. and our motto is, industry on campus. So skilling might be in this kind of way, I always believe on, while you are making hat dirty, you will be more knowledgeable.
Absolutely.
So that is what we are talking about. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Vinay?
Anish, thanks for moderating this session. But you also mentioned the problem is multifaceted. So let's just put a little bit of number around it. I'm a numbers guy. 250 million are the youth today as we speak. 43 million students are registering for higher education every year. And this is just 27% of the GER, that's what we call it. And by 2030, we are looking at about 50%, sorry, 2047. Which means that, and then you also mentioned 1 in 2 only get employed, which means that our problem is not just 50%, it's actually 4-folds of it, because people are going to increase, skilling is needed. How fast can we skill people? And I think we need all hands on deck to kind of do it. Like for example, Learn One. I mean, you are extending the reach. We just saw the demo. I mean, how can we get 100,000 students go and do a solar panel implementation? I think that's not going to happen, and it has to start. And NAP speaks about having skilling programs from grade 6. I mean, we need to start, and we are already late, and that's what I feel. And I represent a company called Pearson India, which is there for the last 30 years. Everybody in this room who have, in one form or the shape, would have used Pearson content, or you would have gone to our Pearson Center for some of your examinations that you have taken. We have evolved ourselves, we have transformed ourselves from just being a physical textbook to a lot more into digital segment, and particularly into the learning segment. As we go along, Anish, I'll speak more about it, how we are trying to solve two biggest problems. One is how do we engage learners, and also how do we help the instructors who are also, we call them the trainer program, how do we kind of help them to solve the problem? So we'll speak as we go along.
Awesome, thank you. So I'll come back to you, Vinay, so you could keep the mic with you. We'll go the reverse way now. See, one of the most vexed problems to solve in all of education and learning is how do you make excellence accessible and affordable, right? Worldwide, we have a shortage of teachers. India probably has an even deeper shortage of teachers. The teacher-to-learner ratio, especially in an online EdTech kind of scenario, is extremely skewed, right? And therefore, our engagement levels, you spoke about engagement, have not been where we wanted to be. Having said that, we really do not have an alternative to that kind of an online scaled-up model, because we want to take 27% GER to 50% GER. I don't think anyone in the government or in the private sector has the resources to build that many classrooms. So how do you, as Pearson, which is one of the largest content creators in the world, how do you see this democratization of excellence? How do you see the challenges of affordability and accessibility that we as a country have?
That's a very good question, Anish. So when we were all studying, there were only two sources of knowledge to us. One was our teacher and the other was the books. There was nothing else. But today, we can start from the mobile phone to Alexa or Google in the house. Everything has knowledge, and students want to access it instantaneously. And their attention span is coming so low that I think somewhere I was reading it's about less than 30 seconds, the bite-sized content. So getting a content and getting somebody to read, which we used to do, about 200 pages textbook and learn, and then kind of be prepared for examination, that's not going to happen. And like you said, there is a big skew between the teacher and the number of students, right? So what we have, and the problem to that is there, solution to that problem is there in the problem itself. It is the technology. We have embraced technology into the content itself. We have been using AI as a module to help students to learn better. Just to give an example, right? So let's take, you have a book, you have any doubt, you go to the teacher and ask for a solution. You don't, and typically today students start, because their time starts at about 7 a.m. and by the time they finish dinner, and that's when they will sit and study till 1 o'clock or 2 o'clock. And they need somebody to help. We have created a solution which is called AI Study Tool into that content that they can ask questions. Now, asking question is like, can you solve Pythagoras theorem? It will not give you an answer. So it will guide you how to solve the problem. If you're watching a video of any content and then you want to kind of summarize the whole content for you, it will summarize. You want it to explain in deep, we'll explain it in deep. That's how the students are currently using the programs and content, and that's where we are building a lot of this content. One of the biggest challenge that I spoke earlier, content is available everywhere. How much of the content is relevant? How much of the content is correct? How much of the curate? So we have been there for last 30 years in India and roughly about 180 years in globally. We have curated the content. It's the most authentic content I could say that we are using today, and we have built the adopted technology around it. The third piece is with respect to assessment. How can I take tests? People want to prepare, they just want to crack the exam. How can they solve questions? How can they time MCQs, or there are objective type questions or subjective type questions. So we have created within the tool to create assessments for themselves, and it will build assessments to them. And picking up from you, Niral, we have also tried to enable translation. Almost about 14 different Indian languages a book can be read, whether it's in Hindi to Tamil or Telugu or Kannada, and 14 languages, 27 different, globally you can read Korean, Chinese or Japanese. So that's the level of engagement that we are creating. Student got bored, they can read in Kannada, or if they want to read it in Hindi, it's there. Okay. So that is the level of technology that needs to be adopted as we go along.
That's fantastic. Thanks, Vinay. Niral, do you want to jump in? It's a good segue to what you do.
Sure. So we have taken a very the thought process of what we are doing is a little bit. We go to the end point of realizing that most degree, once the students gets a degree, it's not going to create the employability, because employers are looking for a skill-based person. So what's happening is you become a computer engineer or you become a mechanical engineer. Most employers are not looking for just a degree person. They're looking for a skilled person. Now that skilling will only, just having that degree doesn't help. When I graduated, the only criteria for getting a job was I have this degree, so I'll get a job. Now the employers are looking instant gratification kind of a model, because life cycle of an employee has changed now. So most employers are saying, I need a person who can solve for this problem that I have. So what we are doing is we are saying we'll create the skilling modules. My interest could be very different. Your interest could be very different. So institutes cannot create that skill level of skilling portion of it to extend to the next, to that thought. So say for example, I go to a party and say, one of my friends says, I got a job as a data analyst or a digital marketer for 20 lakh rupees. I actually want to know what is data analytics or what is what. The only way for them to do it is they go to a platform like a LearnOne or YouTube or wherever and actually consume that content, read about it, and now they start realizing that is this something good enough for me. In the past, what used to happen, I used to think when I was growing up, I used to think that, okay, I can do this, I can do that. But the only way I could get into that career was enrolling for a course or getting a job. Now what online EdTech platforms are doing is they're enabling me to at least get warmed up to the thought process of learning about a new thing that is happening, realizing whether this is of interest to me or not. And if it is of interest to me, then I can keep going at it. So that is how we think of skilling is a compulsory add-on for every student who graduates now. It's not an optional thing anymore. It's a given thing now.
Niral, can you also talk a little bit more about the free nature of some of the courses that you're running?
So what we've done is, sorry,
if I could finish. One of the banes of the EdTech business is, while you are planning for excellence, while you're creating content for excellence and so on, one of the big bins is who is going to pay for it, right? Is it the learner? Is it the employer? Is it somebody else? How is this whole expense going to get met?
Correct.
Assuming you are a for-profit.
I am a 100% for-profit corporation. So the thought process around what we are doing is that the first problem to solve is how do we get the students to come on the platform, which we are doing it by allowing people to come in on the platform and start consuming the content. In a country like India, where there's ours, as Mr. Vinay mentioned, that there's a lot of content around. So our thought process was, let's curate a library of content that is available. People can come on the platform, learn about different things, and then they start thinking about it, that this is something that I want to pursue. We also, as a add-on to what we do, we have offline courses that we offer. We have online courses that we offer. If you want to do specialization, if you need a support staff to do that. On the monetization part, the way we have set it up is you do the course for free. If you do not decide to pursue that course, you drop out, there's no cost to it. But if you decide you want certification, if you want live training, you want blended learning models, that is where we come into the play, and that is how we monetize ours. So the content, initial content is free, and then people start consuming more and more, they start learning, and then that is how we monetize our, so we are 100% for profit. But this is a great mobilization channel for us.
Fantastic. And I think it could be a great case study for the kind of affordability and access problems that we are trying to solve as an industry. Because I think employability is the biggest frontier for all EdTech and all education to solve.
To extend to the thought, we are getting a lot of employers who are coming in saying, now that we know that there are X number of students on your platform who are learning about digital marketing or hardware networking or programming, can you give us the top 2% of your class who are learning online? They are not doing anything else, but we just want that database so that we can hire. So people from all parts of the country or all employers who want a ready-made database of talented or skilled or motivated students is a big driving force for them also.
Bala sir, IIT Pravartak, you focus.
Can I add some more to that?
Sure,
The
please
democratization part is right. Just wanted to talk about a couple of points. One is, of course, we being a foundation, and we kept some of the courses which we partner with tech organizations free of cost. What it means is, like, up to a certain level, the basic or foundation level will be free of charge, but the student has to pay for the certification. And however, the advanced levels and other things will be chargeable. The second thing, which is in case of Swayam Plus and other places where one side we have skilling courses, the second things we have, since IIT Madras and the foundation, we can receive CSR, and we are authorized to use CSR and spend that as well. So we have employees like Titan coming and asking us to do some CSR programs, and we have done, are also doing some of the courses around skilling, skilling on some of the advanced manufacturing techniques as well as advanced electronics and other things. We work with them. So that one way we can democratize it, make best use of CSR funds and then use it for the right courses so that the student gets employed, and we have a great track record for some of these, some of our courses, 10, 15 courses where the student gets skilled and then placed as well.
Absolutely. And what I particularly admire about the Pravartak Foundation is that when you're talking about deep tech, when you're talking about R&D driven subjects, and you're able to bring that kind of excellence to a larger audience, that's where I think the talk a little bit about your work in AI and in deep tech, sir, as to the and also also the EdTech companies that you have founded within the foundation.
Right. So we work a lot with the EdTech organizations to deliver our courses. I would rather put about there are two categories of EdTech companies that we work. One is our own alumni started EdTech organizations, IIT as well as they're part of our ecosystem in the research park, and they're very niche. For example, they deliver a digital twin as a platform. So they have their own digital twin platform where we can skill, there are mining industries and the petroleum refineries in the digital twin platform where we can go and skill and other things. So that's one part of it. And there are other large EdTech organizations that we partner with in terms of delivering the courses, and the Swayam Plus being our overall aggregated platform. And with respect to the work that we do, which is very well integrated, it's integrated of academy as well as the thing is, we work with some of the, it came in the newspaper as well. We work with Hon'ble Supreme Court of India, and as well as the Rajya Sabha, where we have some specific LLMs, meant for some specific purposes, and where it is not only done by industry experts, but also we work closely with our own academia, students as well. It's not only IIT students, we also go to tier 2 and tier 3 cities. Pravatak is, it's all about reaching out to the tier 2, tier 3 cities, and if you heard about names like Karur and other places in down south in Tamil Nadu, Tirunelveli. In fact, we have our students right from Kashmir to Kanyakumari all the way down, Kupwara all the way down to Kanyakumari. So, and we make use of those students and groom them and teach them and kind of involve them and engage them in the project. This way, they get skilled as we go along. And of course, the deep tech projects in Pravatak includes predominantly on sensor network actuator control systems. And we have our own processor, Shakti processor, which is an answer to the other processor. And we are in the process of developing our own RDBMS, which is India's own RDBMS, which is going to be soon out. There are many such projects that we involve where we tap onto the student ecosystem, apart from working with the industry partners as well.
Terrific, thank you. Nirmalya, you occupy a unique position on this panel. You are both an EdTech company as well as an employer of scale. Talk to us a little bit about the twin challenges of that and how, as an employer, you are looking at skills and what you expect from the EdTech and the education system.
You see, if I'm talking about whatever the requirement as an employer we are having and we have to fulfill, we definitely prioritize the skills which is available with that particular candidate. Yeah, he may be an engineer, but we always prefer he should have some skill of the kind of services we are providing in terms of IT infrastructure maintenance, installations, even we are working in a EdTech also. We have one startup that is called Firmfluence, where we are providing end-to-end solutions to the firm owners to increase the productivity of the particular product. We are doing it in Nasik, we are doing it in Shimla, we are doing it in Kashmir also, in Saffron, that Apple, and here it is in big. So we always prefer the people who is having the kind of knowledge in agronomy, who is having the knowledge in technology, because that is totally the technology-based solution we are providing to the farmers. So a farm owner doesn't need to go to the farm to know what is the requirement of that particular soil in that point of time. So the technology will guide him. Yes, now it is required certain water. This much of water is required, and that is also how many hours you have to supply the water. It's not that the whole day. It may be for 1 hour, it may be for 45 minutes. Even what kind of micronutrients you are having in that point of time, and what is the nature of the soil in that point of time. So and for that also what we are doing, we are preparing candidates. We are providing training candidates in the farm itself, so that from the day one, they should be equipped with all these things, and they can be deployed in the same farm. So we are mostly to cater our requirement. We always prefer the skills. Definitely, certain personality development, attitudinal, and these are required for a corporate and this thing. But skills is the main important thing which we are looking about.
Awesome, thank you for that. Dr. Deshpande, one of the contradictions in this conversation is that there is disruption happening at the entry level, right? And there are solutions being offered at the entry level. But there is also disruption happening at high tech. And the statistics that I started with, 40% of jobs, of skills that are relevant today may be redundant by 2030. you're at the other end of that spectrum in preparing students to deal with that kind of disruption. So what goes on in the mind of an academic when you are talking about content, when you're talking about curriculum, and setting the agenda for the next 5 to 6 years, how are you looking at these changes?
Got it. I'm expecting this kind of question to this kind of panel sessions over there. Before going to that, I will discuss about how the 4 years of the bachelor, I'm talking about bachelor only, as far as the engineering is concerned.
Sure.
First year is basically a basic primary where 12th candidate can come over here and basic sciences or applied kind of sciences will be there. In second year, we are having a core departmental courses, so that because students come to department, its own department, same computer or mechanical or IT or something like that. Third year is basically as far as the professional electives are concerned, which is again, which is belongs to their own department, and the open elective is for he or she can take the other departmental courses as well. So this is what the distribution of the courses. When the placement industries come for the placements, they're always talking about the basic knowledge, first of all, to flourish, and then the advanced knowledge has to be given. So what we does and how EdTech will be, help us for that one is the classroom sessions are given by the faculty members itself, but that is more required that we have to teach what the industry wants, right? So that is what the main employability ka crux. And that is why the assessment, that is what you are talking about, is taken by the industry itself. Say for example, for the data structure course, data structure is for the second year course, we teach the data structure, but the assessment is taken by the Infosys Springboard kind of online platform. So the questions are framed by the Infosys itself, right? So we are also testing that whether the industry wants EA questions, yes. So student has to be prepared for that, right? So we change our syllabus, what the industry want is, that is first. Second one, again we are giving or we are taking the EdTech platform for advanced kind of courses. Say for example Kubernetes or even the DevOps, now MLOps, multiple courses are available now, deep learning kind of things, or even the RNN, CNN wala courses. So for advanced courses which don't have a place in the academic curriculum, that can be easily taken by them. And AICTE offered us 40% online courses can be taken by this one. Third point, non-engineering courses, and which is required for the placement. For example, logical reasoning, quantitative aptitude, the communication skills, and the multiple courses, right? Even right of how email has to write something, we are writing written skills. All that courses will be taken from the EdTech background. Because again, there is no place in, kind of structure of 160 credits. So again, the question is how that can be taken care of in this one. So the underline is we have to teach what the industry wants, and that is what we are learning, we are teaching over there. Thanks.
That's terrific. It's very rare.
And sorry to have your last question was the skill, how we have to cope up that.
How do you keep curriculum up to date? So for instance, today's software engineer is going to be irrelevant tomorrow, and AI is going to be writing that code.
Very much. Say we will go to era of 90s when the computer comes. All the I understand. I remember all the bank employees are having on the strike. हमारे job चले जाएंगे. Same kind of happens over here right now. AI came, Industry 4.0 or smart manufacturing or something kind of, वो बोल रहे हैं अभी now whether the jobs can. No, actually that should not be case. We have to upskills. Actually, we have to downskills first, whatever the old school of thought is, and we have to now upskill for the new skills that required by the industry. So that is what my talk. Thank you.
Terrific. Niral, I'll come back to you on so many of these access and affordability questions. One of the big barriers to access of quality education is language, right? Traditionally, and we chatted about this offside, all of us believe that technical education can only be taught in English. But you have dared to do something different there, so why don't you talk to me?
So, very interesting thought, and we talked about this, but so the way we started the thought process of creating Learn One is, I have been in an offline skilling business for the last 15 years. And I realized, so I was in the US earlier, so I used to tell my trainers that you have to teach in English. And the moment I would be outside the classroom, the trainer would change the language to English. The moment I stepped away, he would change back to Hindi or Gujarati or Tamil, whatever languages they were teaching in. What I realized is, so I would ask the trainers, why do you do this? And they came back to me and told me that the whole thought process is students, most of them, for most of them, English is their second language. For them to learn a new topic and process it in English was a very difficult task. So all the students would go back to the trainers and say, teach us in vernacular languages, and once we are set, get our first jobs, then we'll go back and learn in English. So on that thought process, we created the learning platform saying, if people really want to learn in vernacular languages, why don't we teach in that language? And that is how we are mobilizing thousands, millions of students coming on the platform, and they're enjoying it. Virally, the product has started picking up because once a person comes on the platform, the kind of content that we built, it is in their own language, the kind of trainers that we've used. So, and the thought process of affordability comes into play, but when you have, this is a country of 150 crore people. When I was building the costing module, I would think that this is going to be used by, say, 10,000 people. But each of my courses is used by 250,000 people, 500,000 people. So now that same course that would cost me, in a practical terms, if it costed me 10 lakh rupees, is actually per student is only 4 rupees. Whereas if I was charging X rupees, then I only got 1,000 people to undergo that course, the costing part. So we took that initiative and said, let us build for India. India is a country of 150 crore people. Why don't we build for that scale? Give them, we know that people want this content, so why not create the platform for that? And that is how we created the thought process.
Have you been able to see an improvement in outcomes, hard outcomes, employability outcomes?
Most definitely. So we, because what is happening is, there are two aspects to it. One is a person from a tier 4 location is able to access quality content which was never available in the past. For a smaller village who wanted to learn about, say, US accounting, because he knows somebody else told him that US accounting has a job, or a Python course, which in the smallest of ruralist part of India, never had access to good quality content. Now he at least has access to that quality of content. Now that has started happening, he can apply to jobs, he can go in an interview and show his intent that this is something that I know, and that is how the employability is. A lot of employers are coming in, a lot of good reviews are coming in from employers saying, you've created the talent pool that we require for tier 1, tier 2 cities.
Terrific. Sir.
I will add over here, AICT is an apex body for the technical education, also given or permitted for engineering in local language courses. That is all.
Translation of content, it's a very big project of the AICT, absolutely. So this has been a fascinating discussion. It has given me as an EdTech professional a lot of new insights. It has also reinforced a lot of my fondly held beliefs. So thank you, gentlemen, for your comments and your insights. I'd like to end, before we end, I'd like you to take 15 seconds each, in no particular order, to give 3 things that you would like EdTech to do over the next decade to become a really effective player in solving the employability problem for India. Anyone can start.
I'll go first, Anish, because I know everybody have a lot of points, but we spoke about upskilling and reskilling. Okay, there is a lot of people who want to solve the problem in the course of education, but upskilling and reskilling is something that's really needed of the hour. Just to give you an example, that if we did a study and we came up with, if AI is implemented fully in India today, we will be saving 51 million hours a week that is open for people, which means that a new athlete said, sir, Vivek sir, about downskilling ourselves and upskilling. I think that is the need of the hour, and we need to be
Productivity
ready.
improvements through
No, more importantly, we need to focus on not just the students today. We also have to look at how we can keep upskilling and reskilling people, and we need to create content, and we need to be, and you brought it out very nicely, Niral, we need to bring down the cost of those assessment. If we are not making it accessible and affordable, then it's of no use. So we need to figure that out somewhere.
Okay, great point.
So education reaches to masses, EdTech has to be required.
Yes.
Second, affordable.
Yes.
That has to be required. That is what my
So you would like EdTech to do that?
Yes.
To focus on affordability and access.
Correct.
Okay, great stuff.
But I think there are two things is very much required. The infrastructure, EdTech infrastructure should be available in ruralist area so that the rural people can avail this. And secondly, upskilling and reskilling is very much required. Even in the trainer, which is now everywhere it is going on. So upskilling for the teachers is also very much required.
Okay, terrific.
So I personally at a level I believe that every person will have to upskill and reskill. Now as an EdTech or EdTechs are the only ones who have the ability to touch all levels of people, from a college level fresher to a working professional. There's going to be a huge impact of cross-border migration happening. For example, a person who's working in the mining industry in India, now there's a huge demand, for example, in Australia. Now, a person who's making 50,000 rupees in India needs to move up the value chain. In a competitive job market, there's only 5,000, 10,000 rupees extra he's going to get. But the same person will be able to move to Australia and make maybe 5 lakh rupees. So an EdTech company can come in and say, you're a mining engineer, I can skill you to go into, say, Australia, or a person who's working in accounting will be able to do US accounting, whether it is cross-border or just working in a gig economy kind of an environment. What's going to happen is that everybody will have to move up the value chain. The reskilling concept is not only to get that extra 5, 10,000, 15,000, but it's also about, it's a global economy now. Most companies are willing to outsource their work. I work with a lot of US companies who are recruiting from India. Now they're not only coming to India because the cost arbitrage. The problem that most of them are facing is there is no availability of talent. So it's not only about the cost advantage, it's also about the possibility of hiring. Say a company needs 100 engineers to work on something. In the US, it's going to be impossible to find 100 engineers. Somebody was telling me earlier today that US requires 22 lakh engineers who can do welding underwater. Now, those people in India are making 50,000, 1 lakh rupees, but they could be making $100,000 in the US. Who's going to play that role of teaching them, upskilling them? That is what EdTechs can do. It's going to be humongous for people to, people cannot survive on that 50,000, 1 lakh rupee. They will need to move up the value chain, and that is how EdTechs can play, because a working professional will only be able to do it after hours. He has the responsibility of his home. So that is the only way EdTechs online or something like that will only play in that role.
Well said. Bala sir.
So I agree with whatever the other panelists said. Like couple of points I want to make is one is use AI and generative AI in terms of creating content as well as personalize the education for the students. That way it becomes a little more affordable. And one size doesn't fit all. That's something we have started doing as well. The second thing is the faculty have to be, EdTech should also focus on try to reach out to the faculty so that they are focusing more on skills, equally on the academy as well as skills. That is also important for the country. These are two other points that I want to discuss apart from this.
Terrific. I think it's been a fascinating discussion, and I think the way that I have learned to look at it as Times Pro when we tried to solve for some of these problems, I've learned to look at this entire continuum as a value chain, and it's a value chain where no single entity, be it the employer at one end or the education system at the other end, no single entity has very high negotiating power. There is a supply-demand at work, and the agility that is required to plug the gaps that you all spoke about, right? Because there is value gaps at every segment of this value chain, right? Whether it is in school level, whether it is in higher education level, whether it is in employment level, or whether we are trying to solve for underemployment. There are value gaps, and perhaps EdTech can be the segment of this education puzzle which can actually become that agile problem solver at every segment of the value chain. I think very, very long way to go for EdTech, and I think the opportunities and the challenges are going to be very interesting to solve. Thank you. You've been a very patient and attentive audience. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your attention. Thank you, panelists, for a wonderful discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, speakers, for that insightful panel discussion.
Founder of reeducate.ai. First of all, thanks for being here. It's not working. No, it's not working. You can just... Okay, they can fix it. So myself, Sumit, born and brought up in Jammu, went to IIT BHU, did my majors in electronics, minor in AI. Been working in education space from last couple of years. Currently working, building artificial general intelligence with my co-founder Vikas. I'll keep this to what we are doing in higher education. There's a lot of buzz around AI, AI, generative AI, AI will take our jobs. What can be done in AI? I saw a lot of panelists talking about how we can export education, how India can be a Vishwa Guru, we can take education from India to globe, where we can be a pioneer in manufacturing, leaders in global manufacturing, how we can go there. My other co-founder Vikas is also my batchmate and friend from IIT BHU. Ajay, he's IIT BHU and I'm Ahmedabad alumnus, currently heading Adverses, one of the leading investment firms in world. Mayank, currently CEO of Coding Pro. This has been our journey from 2014. We have been teaching students ourselves, started from very scratch, over to 24 where we received Economic Times Award for our work in domain of AI. So what we have done is, primarily we have worked on AI, learning management systems, and virtual labs. I will individually explain all these three things. On a scale, last year we taught close to 1 lakh learners across India. This year we'll be teaching close to 5 lakh learners. We are working in 3 different models across India. The first is definitely the school education, where we empower them with books, new generational content, technology labs, evaluations, AI teacher. In higher education, we work in 3 modes. First thing we understood was AI skill is fundamental irrespective of what a student is learning. Suppose if I'm a pharma student, drug discovery, drug manufacturing will be happening with help of AI. Suppose if I'm a commerce student, now fintech is slowly revolving around AI. So I would need AI as a baseline for everything. That's where we partnered with NSDC Academy to embed AI courses as a part of curriculum. For a student, every semester, if they are learning certain things about technology, this will make them more employable. The technology can be game design, cybersecurity, networking, data science, machine learning. But if they are learning one skill in each semester, irrespective of what they are learning, and they will apply the same to those industries as well. Because those industries are also evolving, those industries are eventually transforming with help of those technologies. The second model is, there are a lot of institutions in India struggling to deliver BTech courses of AI data science and AI machine learning. They don't have expert faculties, they don't have pedagogy, they don't have content, where we have a team of 20+ people from IITs, NITs, NIFT, BITS, Pilani, full-time working with us to deliver this pedagogy at par with Ivy Leagues. The third, fully AI-enabled campuses. We launched Asia's first AI-enabled campus 2 years back. Recently, we received an award from CM of Gujarat for the same also. Now we are coming up with at least 1 campus in each state for fully AI-enabled campus. And that is something which we want to take our education globally as well. Now, what we have pioneered, the first thing, virtual labs. The second thing, AI interviews. The third, interfaces for app. And the final, AI-based evaluations. I'll go to them one by one. The biggest challenge in India is infrastructure. Okay. The biggest challenge in India is infrastructure. When we talk about coding, AI, hardly we will have 2 to 3 labs per class in a week, and student will go back home. They will not have access to high-end computers. How will they be able to do programming, simulations, and these things? So they would need support of technology where they can run these simulations through cloud. This is very important for a country like India and also some other countries like Southeast Asia, Europe, where they don't have access to high-quality infrastructure. When I go to Tier 2, Tier 3 cities, people come and take a basic laptop configuration. They will not be able to simulate these things. That is where we need to leverage power of cloud computing to make sure they are getting access to these high-end devices. Second thing, interviews. In India, primarily the student to teacher ratios are very high. The reason is we are not like US where the annual fee is $100,000. So we cannot have one-on-one interviews with each student, how they are performing, what the feedback looks like. But yes, with help of AI, generative AI, they can get a personalized report, how well they are performing, what question they could have answered better, and it gets better over the time. Once 1,000 students are giving this interview, it will train better, it will work better, it will understand your institution better. The third part, accessibility. Still 20 to 30% of the students don't have access to high-end computers. In fact, some of them don't have access to computers back at home. They have interfaces in phone also, where they can do these simulations in phone. They don't have to put some infrastructure investment. There are people out there whose parents are farmers. They can't afford a 70,000 laptop in one go. Maybe 6 months they need to know whether they want to do coding or not. So there they do have accessibility. They can start basic things from phone and then eventually purchase whatever they want to. The last, assessments. Every student, the learning graphs are different. Every company comes to institutions, the patterns, everything what they ask is different. So how to bridge those things? That is where AI comes into the picture. You can prepare a personalized chart for them. From question generations, now AI can do question generations for you, company-specific question generations, also student-specific question generations. Suppose if a student is weak, the questions will be more fundamental. If a student is doing exceptional, maybe he can prepare for companies like Google or Microsoft. These are the 4 things we primarily have worked upon. I will slowly just show you the interfaces also. This is how an interface on phone looks like. They can code, compile on phone. You can see an overlay keyboard also. And we have the best designers. One major challenge which we see is many universities come and use open source learning management systems like Moodle, but the engagement is 0. That is where the Coursera has succeeded. They have made sure that there is a user interaction. We have best designers with us, All India rank 1s from NIFT work with us to make sure that the designing is engaging. This is how an AI interview looks like. On left side, an AI avatar will take an interview. Post a 30-minute interview, it will give a personalized report, how well I am performing, what else I can do, what could I have answered, or what should I have answered. Now, if you see what many of the EdTechs are trying to solve is a fragmented problem. Either they are building a course, or they are building a lab, or they are building an interview, or an assessment. They need to build a complete ecosystem, and then it will take a time also. So it's not we build it in a month or a year. So it took almost 6.5 years to build the fully program. So if you see the major challenges, the first, when we talk about jobs, the biggest challenge in India is lack of practicals. The second challenge is industry exposure, and then even if you try to shortlist them, the resumes are not apt. They don't know what they need to write. Then interview pressures, upskilling, what specifically I should learn. If I go to Coursera or Udemy, what should I specifically be learning? So it's a complete ecosystem that should be there. So there needs to be an academic aspect, technology aspect, as well as evaluation aspect. So if we are building a program, any specific program for any specific curriculum, not specific to computer science or AI, I think these 3 things should be taken care of. So what we tried to do was build a complete ecosystem. When we talk about delivery, we embedded certain skill set as a part of curriculum. So suppose a BTech course is there, in every semester they will be either learning, say, web development, networking, IoT. By the end of 8th semester, he is employable in 8 different technologies, apart from what he is studying conventionally. That is where NSDC is also helping in bridging the entire framework, where UGC is helping in new NEP. That's how you can embed these things. Delivery, we can have both the ways of delivery. If you want us to train your trainers, we can train the trainers. In case you want us to send the trainers to you, can send the trainers as well. Virtual labs, where they will do real-time simulations of those projects, whatever they are learning, they'll do real-time hands-on projects. They will have a student learning app, where they will interact, they will do their projects, quizzes, and then they will build the resume here only. So AI will help them build their resume, build their portfolios. And finally, they will give interviews specific to companies which they are preparing for. Post that, NSDC gives a certification. It's a blockchain protected certification, but it's available on the website itself. The companies can see how well they have performed, a detailed analysis of the student. So it's a complete ecosystem that we have built. Second thing which we wanted to build was, I studied from IIT, I went to Kota. It's one of the toughest exams there. But hardly few of the students do have access to IITs, NITs, triple IITs. How as a private institutions, we are ensuring that our qualities are at par with them. Okay. So what we helped is primarily build pedagogies for new age courses. And we do understood that institutions needed a marketing help also. How we brand it to people, that what they should be studying. Like one recent example in one of our campuses in Ahmedabad was, in fact, when I was on ground, I saw parents were telling, हम बच्चे को AI क्यों पढ़ाएं? Computer science का ज़्यादा scope है, AI तो एक specialization है. So this is a kind of information that as an institution we need to change and transform. How we make sure that parents know what is relevant to their child 10 years from now. Because if you ask for my brothers, I would prefer AI over computer science if they have interest. So right set of knowledge to student. Also, when we talk about counseling, what they should be learning, and suppose somebody who does not understand maths, we should be very clear about that they will not be able to do well in computer science. Because maths is a fundamental subject for it. So we have designed 4 courses: computer science, IT, AI, data science. As per the AICTE, the full nomenclature is AI and machine learning and AI and data science. We have built the pedagogies, contents, and from best faculties out there. We have put 2 more interesting courses. One is UI UX design and game design. We were one of the few people to introduce game design. Gaming is one of the biggest industry. Vikas here has built the entire Geo gaming engine. Trust me, there are so many jobs in gaming industry where there are no people there. Institutions can come up with game design courses. They can start with 1 year, 2 year, 3 year, whatever is relevant to them. But better game design courses, because there's a huge gaming industry. If you see in America now, 40% of the users are using games, playing games. There's a huge economy around it. The last part, we talk about India as Vishwa Guru, but we keep importing most of the stuff. I have seen a lot of institutions out there, they talk about we will take these things from Coursera, we'll take these from this institution. If you see and analyze top executive CEOs in US, primarily everyone is Indian. This means fundamentally they have gone through Indian education systems. So somebody in our country does not need somebody from Ivy League to tell us what they should be teaching in computer sciences. We already know what should be taught, that's why they are sitting there. But the question is how we will market it, how we will use technologies to export it globally. Do we have infrastructure, do we have technologies so that we can leverage those and be at par with them? Yes, we do have teachers, we have slight bit of resistance, but we need to train them, we need to upskill them and make sure they are at par globally, and it will be very much affordable. And then we can go out and compete in their countries. We are seeing a lot of campuses, international campuses coming out to India. But the way we should see is we should take our campuses globally. Maybe virtual campuses, physical campuses. So we launched this Pratham AI. The thought process was fully AI-enabled campuses. If some of you are updated, recently Google launched its quantum chip. IBM is already working on quantum chips. So in future, AI will be very affordable. Larry Page had said very interesting thing. He told about cognitive abilities not specific to humans. What does it mean is intelligence can be now synthetic as well. It doesn't seem intuitive to us, but yes, we can build brains, models that can be better painters, that can be better musicians, that can be better drivers for the future. Now, AI as an intelligence will be plugged in every operation, whether it be your attendance, management, content creation, everywhere. So AI will be plugged into the systems. If you are not integrating AI, somebody else will be doing and doing it better than you. So AI is going to be there for next 20 years. The good thing about AI is it's improving day by day, and it's getting affordable day by day. So the first models which OpenAI built took almost $20 billion. Recently, DeepSeek did the same thing in $5 million. So AI is going to be more affordable. Now what you have to understand is how we can put this intelligence into our systems, into our processes, and make sure our campus become better. So we were recently featured into Google Annual Summit also as one of the top-notch case studies for AI-enabled campuses. So we have named 16 modules. I will quickly go through some of the modules. Primarily the names are through Indian mythology, like Padma goes from Lakshmi, where Padma is our AI interviewer, because if they crack some better interviews, they will have Lakshmi in the house. So that's how the names are there. The way I see benefit to fully AI-enabled campuses, the first is Institute of Excellence. The second is digitalization of academic processes. The third is training and placement support. And fourth is eventually monetization and how we can increase the revenue of the institution as well. First, digitalization of the institution. Now there are two major challenges in digitalization of institution. The first is content creation. Now what AI has done is the PPTs which used to take 6 hours to create, with AI they can be done in 6 minutes, 10 minutes, 12 minutes. So your entire content can be digitalized. It's a one-time process, but for your institution, it will streamline your entire education processes. See, content varies every year only 20%, the rest 80% remains same. So what you have done if you digitalize your entire processes, in case new faculties come, the training becomes easier, the processes become easier, and you have an overall control on what they are learning. The second part, we build complete in-house LMS, and the engagement ratios are over 80%. Daily 80% over engagement ratios are there. The second thing which we did was not only virtual labs in computing, but physics, chemistry, biology, pharma, especially for first year, where a lot of students come from different backgrounds, don't have that much visualization power. So these virtual labs will give them a better understanding of those concepts. Then research assistant, India still lacks in research. The major reason is all the research softwares are very expensive. You cannot purchase licenses for 10,000, 15,000, 20,000 students there. That is where we have used large language model for a personalized research assistant, where they can tell how well the research is it plagiarized, are there relevant topics according to that. So that the first part was complete digitalization of the content. You have in your own LMS at par with Coursera, you have content at par with Coursera, and then you can export it globally. That is the first part of the process. The second part of the process is Institute of Excellence. Parents want to see something tangible. When we talk about AI-enabled campuses, what tangible things can we see? The first is an humanoid. We co-developed it with Santosh. He's one of the leading research scientists. You can see this humanoid. It's an educational humanoid. This means it can be completely dismantled. It can be broken into pieces, again assembled. It can be programmed as per the child. Humanoid is one of the futures that it's completely made in India. That is the first thing which we have done, a customized humanoid that can be in your counseling room where parents can understand these things. The second thing is 3D hologram. This is a technology we borrowed from China. Currently China and US are having it. So you can place a 6 feet humanoid hologram where if you don't have a faculty there to teach, they can teach from somewhere else, but it will look like a 3D hologram. The third thing which we have built is a 24/7 AI teacher or your personal assistant, Saha. So this is an AI avatar which can talk with students, talk with parents. You can place a kiosk in the campus premises. It can be your virtual counselor. And then students have access to this 24/7 teacher back through their phones or devices. So this is primarily put as a center of excellence there, and then we can help you in case you want to establish your labs. You can have cloud labs powered by virtual labs. So you can have a fully tangible outcome, because parents want to see something tangible. They can see tangible in form of apps, platforms, and these things. The third part, training and placement, where we have partnered with NSDC to embed skills that make them employable. So what we have identified, 20 cutting edge skills. Say if somebody is learning finance, they can learn AI and finance, AI and accounting, accounting and automation. 20 such courses that can be embedded as per your BOG suggests or your academic team suggests. We can customize it accordingly. And we have a central team who can design the content and pedagogy for you. And then you can, with new NEP, what you can do is also do creditization. See, the major challenge 5 years back was if you introduced something, since it did not have a tangible outcome and it does not have credits, it used to fail. But if you associate credits with it, say 3 or 4 credits per semester, then student has this mindset they has to score well. And then you can put a better marking scheme where you can give 50% marks for the outcome or project and 50% marks for the academics. This way you can incorporate certain skill sets as a part of curriculum. I already talked about AI interviewers. Okay. The last part, monetization. Now UGC, in fact, we met chairman of UGC in Google Annual Summit. So he was also talking 80% of the students don't have still access to high quality education. And eventually you see the mode is going flexible towards hybrid. Now, with the technology, the platform, you can go across the state. You can make lingual content in your own languages that is more understanding, and you can go global also. Now, if an institute feels like, okay, I want to go global with my courses, my certification, my team, I have given them a complete platform where they can scale it. And with new NEP, I think they are coming with more online courses also. I think some of the universities are already opting for it, but I think NAC requirement is there. So you need to have a NAC of A+ to do those things. But yes, eventually all of you will be going or applying for the same. So you will have your own intellectual property. You will have your own infrastructure. And we have already tested this infrastructure with 5 lakh plus students. Okay. So what we tried to build was a complete ecosystem for you. We have different models to work. We are already working with 20 plus campuses this year. We have a full-fledged team of 50 plus people. We started 6 years back, completely bootstrapped, so we don't have any investor pressure. We can help you deliver better quality education with technology, latest edge technologies in your premises. That's all. That's all. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Mr. Sumit, for your address. I now invite Dr. Rajesh Pankaj on the stage to recognize our partners who help us organize this FICCI West India Skill Connect Summit. Firstly, Engineers Online or Feast Software. Please come on the stage.
Good evening, everybody. I would like this memento to be accepted by team members. We are 5 of us on behalf of my company and 70 people sitting out in the office. What we are, because of everybody's joint effort, today we are accepting this. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next is Sevak. Orion Educational Society. Orion Educational Society. Vishwakarma Institute of Technology. नहीं है Army Infotech. And Coding JR. I now invite Dr. Rajesh Pankaj to offer his concluding remarks.
Thank you, Tejas. Thank you all. Has been a great, I think this was one of the power-packed and very impactful regional skills connect event that we as FICCI have done. You know, we've been kind of mulling over this whole idea of going regional. At the national level, FICCI Skill Committee has been working around with all the leading agencies and nodal ministry, regulatory body in an earnest effort to bring about some change in this whole space of skilling and education. But slowly and steadily we realize that it has to be states engagement, and we really have to go to states and do some discussion, get some insights. And this exercise actually is going to expand as we go forward. We had some great insights from the minister. In fact, prior to coming prior coming to this inaugural session, we had a very open, candid discussion with Honorable Minister himself. And as FICCI, we work very closely with ministry and state government and federal government. The idea basically was to also get a sense as to what is it that they feel and think about the skilling ecosystem. And this is one state where we found that coming from the highest level of political leadership, which is in the form of minister himself, that is actually wanting to engage industry, training partners, any stakeholder that is important in the skilling ecosystem, and do fair amount of heavy lifting themselves. Perhaps this would have been the first meeting which we would have done with minister, where he did kind of mention that it's less of commercial support, financial support, and more of content, more of insight, more of handholding is what they're looking at from stakeholders like you all. And that should certainly make or create a good pathway for all of us to excitedly, passionately, committedly engage with the government to bring about the requisite reform in the skill space. And that's what the objective of FICCI is, as far as doing these regional events is concerned. So I think from that perspective, this could be a one-day event, but we would want to take this journey forward. As I said, that we are not a company, we are an industry association body. Our larger mandate is to work very closely with the change makers, work very closely with the policymakers, and therefore we from time to time would want insights from you. So any bottleneck, impediment, strategic issue, operational issue that you feel is impeding the sector or impacting you all is something that we would want to openly want to hear from you and get insights. So do write to us from time to time for any reform that you feel is required apart from all these networkings and other so-called business engagement that comes through from such engagement. So the larger idea, of course, is to create a forum, a platform where we are able to act as a conduit between industry and government and support industry by getting your insights, first-hand insights from horse's mouth in terms of what the bottleneck challenges are. And with that, at the background, also submit the same with some way forward to government for their consideration. So that's the whole idea. So we would earnestly request you all to please consciously keep interfacing with us from time to time. Keep sharing your insights and thoughts with us from time to time. And also for the event that we had today, if there's something more that we should be doing or adding to, which will bring in more value, we'll be happy to do it. So with these words, I'll request you all to also, share your feedback. You'll be getting an email link, which again will help us improve upon further. But as I said, that event could be one day, but the idea is to basically reach out to partners and ensure that we're able to build this skilling ecosystem forward so that everybody gets some share of this whole change that we're looking at. And that share could be in the form of ROI, that share could be in the form of getting right policy executed by government, the share could be in the form of getting right, I would say, policy framework created for students. We talk about student centricity, we talk about student first, but all of this will only happen when we all as stakeholders come forward and work in a cohort, and try and kind of create that congruence between stakeholders, whether it's government, whether it's student, whether it's training partners, whether it's industry. And that's where we are aptly placed as industry association body. So that's it. So thank you again, and wish you all safe flight back, the ones who've come outside of Maharashtra, and look forward to connecting again with you in the future initiatives that we would do in FICCI. Thank you.